Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We'll be getting started soon, and when we do, I'll just be asking questions about your beliefs, not to instigate you into some kind of fight, not to debate you out of whatever it is you're holding on to, not to prove you wrong, but just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? If you think you can question your beliefs, you're open to exploring that, well then, go ahead and request up. I'll be taking guests very soon. But in the meantime, everybody tap that screen. Share the live. Don't forget, you can go down to the bent little arrow at the bottom of your screen and either add it to your story or repost it, or who might be able to question whatever it is that they believe. Hello, Brittany. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I'm not sure. I believe right now it's Christianity, but only because that's the one I'm closest to. But there are a lot of beliefs.
When you say that you believe in a god, what is it that you think God is?
I think that God is the construct of everything I don't understand and seek to understand daily. He's the answer to the questions that I'm never going to have answers to. He's the absence of knowledge.
So, your own personal ignorance, and I don't mean that in
This at a veterinary hospital, really difficult and wasn't helping enough. They would suggest Reiki if the owners were interested. So both.
Okay, so the animals were receiving like traditionally Western medicine, I suppose, like medical attention from a professional, like licensed medical animal medical professional.
Yes, yeah. So he also did acupuncture and essential oils, but those were never the staple recommendation as the first choice. Most of the cases that I did were emotional, so like animals struggling with anxieties or aggression, and medical treatment was no longer working. They were on antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications, and it wasn't helping. So then that was common, that we would try Reiki instead. And the other one was cancer patients. They're put on a lot of medications, but cancer is really difficult, so they would offer Reiki as an additional support.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that.
Yeah, definitely. Going to a vet first is always the most important thing. But I think it was very interesting to do the Reiki for animals that really suffered with emotional issues. I mean, they don't have the same emotional spectrum humans do, but there were animals that were completely fractious that we could do Reiki sessions with and get them to a more manageable level.
Why do you think this worked? Like, not like why do you think this worked? Like, what is the reason for the success? Not why do you think it was successful?
That's a good question. I'm told that being a Reiki practitioner, it's never you that's doing the healing. It's always this universal energy force that we're all connected to, that you're borrowing some energy from. So it's invisible. You can't see. I mean, you just have to believe that it's there through trials of patients in different cases that are successful.
So basically, it's just faith. Just
Yeah. You know, I was a skeptic when I first started doing it, but after years of success, I have that belief.
What do you mean success?
Just seeing animals improve or people improve. I think, like, I'm talking a lot about animals, but I've done Reiki for people too. And there's more of a placebo effect with people. I mean, I'm playing relaxing music. It's very calming. People can feel better after a Reiki session, and just because of placebo effect. But when you are in a session, my hands will actually heat up when I touch an area of the body that's damaged.
You're getting more and more muffled as you speak. It's like you're covering up part of your phone.
Oh, can you hear me?
No, I can't even hear you at all now.
Oh, that's weird. I'm not covering my phone. My phone's sitting in the same spot. I don't know why.
That's strange. If you're not using headphones, it could definitely be the feedback from the speaker.
Yeah, I'm not. Headphones.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to hear you now. Do you leave room to the possibility that what you are practicing is not functioning in the way that you believe it to be?
Which way would it be functioning?
You've mentioned the placebo effect.
Yeah, I mean, the placebo effect is always there for people, but I think it's interesting when I don't know what part of the body is injured, but my hands will get warm when I go over that part of the body. Like there's some kind of energy exchange happening. So,
Do you not think that it's possible that there's actual heat being released by the body in an area where there might be infection, inflammation?
no, I don't think that's.
You don't think inflammation can cause an area of the body to heat up?
Well, that's true. Inflammation definitely can cause an area of the body to be warmer, but this is my hands hovering over the body. There's distance between.
Do you do you not think that heat can radiate?
Yeah, I do. I think.
So then why would it be anything other than an exchange of heat through natural means?
I don't think that's always the case. I mean, if a woman's had a hysterectomy and that part of her body's damaged, but the hysterectomy was quite a while ago, there's no inflammation or heat. It's not like a fresh surgery site that I'm working on. So I see what you're saying, but I don't think it always applies.
You're right. Perhaps actual inflammation doesn't always apply. Is there no possibility that, well, again, I would actually have to ask you, are you keeping track of your hits and your misses?
Yeah, I have stuff written down, but I don't have like a very detailed log of every single case.
How would you know that your results are any better than chance?
Sometimes I don't know if it's necessarily results. I mean, it can be like just the fact that somehow you energetically are connected to the other person to know that they had like a shoulder injury 5 years ago because your hands got warm.
Are you actually knowing that they have a shoulder injury, or are you asking and I'm getting confirmation sometimes, counting that as a hit, but asking and getting nothing other times and ignoring those.
Well, I usually ask after the Reiki session if the person felt anything, and when he felt it, then I'll confirm I felt my hands when I was over the same spot and ask what happened. I always thought after the session, I do question my beliefs, you know, and so I don't want to go into a session knowing too much information.
Yeah, I'm really not hearing nearly any words you're saying anymore. The feedback is really bad.
Can you still hear me?
No, it's getting worse, Magi.
No. I don't know what to do about that because the phone's just sitting here.
Do you have headphones?
No, I don't have headphones. Yeah. Maybe
I would highly recommend that you look into the actual research that has been done on this Magi instead of making assumptions that it is the mechanisms that you are told or that you have assumed. I don't have any more questions for you right now, but maybe another time, especially if you get some headphones, it'll be a lot more coherent, and perhaps then we could actually hear your answers. Right now, I was just gonna have to go off the energies.
I just want to give a disclaimer that it's not my birthday ever. Well, except for if it's May 7th, then it's my birthday. But it's a running joke
Is it
between
often
Danny and I.
rumored that it's your birthday?
It is often rumored that it is my birthday, and I think Katie just gifted me a whole bunch because he thought it was my birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. That can count for my birthday. Um, uh, unless it's May 7th. On May 7th, it is my birthday. Just, just so we're aware.
Well, Katie's still awesome. Appreciate you, Katie.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Oh my god, and Raps is the 9th. That's awesome. I do appreciate it, Katie, and thank you so much. And and Danny feels bad that you just sent me those gifts because you thought it was my birthday and it wasn't. But I think all will be well, regardless. And also, I accidentally accepted a request when I was trying to request up because my phone lagged and like the buttons weren't working or the screen, and I had this little mini heart attack, but it was a ghost. So all was well there too.
Well, we're lucky it was a ghost. I don't don't think
was
it
like,
would
oh
have
no.
been that much of a disruption. We had a request a moment ago who's asking now if the host is available. You can request back up. I was just about to accept you when you left the queue. Host is always available.
I don't know if it's a belated birthday when it's like closer to my next birthday than it is to the birthday that just passed. But thank you, Ren. You too. My birthday's in 3 months, you guys. Belated 9 months ago.
Birthdays happen every day.
There was this guy on. I was on Tiny's live for a little bit yesterday, and there was this guy up there that was really mad about the happy birthday thing. He did not like it at all.
I still say it if they say their age proudly, or like I just turned it.
Yeah, happy birthday, Thrayle.
Mine's even farther than yours.
Yeah, yours just happened. I feel like yours just happened, but it didn't just happen. It was like 5 months ago, wasn't it?
It was in the summer,
Yeah.
end of the summer. Thank you, Danny. It has been a strange day.
There's been a lot of energy gods.
It is, well, yeah. The few gods we've encountered have been energy gods. Otherwise, it's been drunk believer after drunk non-believer after drunk believer. It's been a lot. And we're just getting started. Oh, that's not good, Ozzy Bear. I have no idea what you're talking about, Fibonacci. I don't know what gaslighting is either. you, Shell. Appreciate you.
You don't know what gaslighting is. I just.
But that did remind me we needed to bring in our usual music. It was getting a little too ethereal. Maybe that's where the energy gods were coming from. Sounded like well, I think what I was about to say was wrong, and I'm gonna stop. Thank you, KD. Appreciate the bonfire. Help keeping me warm. Blueberry the Green Dragon. I think it still fits. Aussie Bear, you have a fear of clowns. If I didn't know that was a huge detour from the topic, I would want to question that too. What is causing that fear of clowns? Hello, Massey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in?
I believe in one God, the Father.
Which father is that?
There's only one Father.
Odin, the All-Father.
Yes. So, wait, what did you say?
Odin, from Norse mythology. Is that the All-Father?
No.
Oh, so not that father. Which father do you believe in?
The Father that created the heaven and the earth.
Marduk?
No.
Which father god do you believe in?
Is
I
there a book?
I don't
about
know
this,
his name
this
if he
father?
has a name.
Is there a book one might read that tells us about this god?
You're just a little muffled cat. Not sure if he's ignoring you or if he didn't hear you. Mazzy, is there a book that describes your god? You're on teacup now, we can't hear you.
Am I better?
Way better.
I just have to power cycle my headphones sometimes, I guess. Is he gone?
I think he's running. Yeah, I think he probably tabbed out of the app because he couldn't figure out how to answer that question.
I feel like that was a really easy question.
It's a pretty easy question. Oh, he just rejoined the queue, but we have another guest joining. Hang out there for a second, Massey. You never know how long this will be. Hello, William. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah. I'm Shava.
I'm sorry, you said...
Shiva, Shavite, Hindu. Yeah.
Is there a particular god or gods that you venerate?
Yes, mostly Shiva and Shakti, the divine feminine masculine. Sorry, a little anxious. But, oh, sorry. What was
Do you
that?
need to get some water, clear your throat?
Yeah. I also think it's a little...
Sorry, I muted you for just a second while you handle that. Drink your water, clear your throat, so that it wasn't in our ears. Because, yeah, we hear every noise. But when you're ready to come back, unmute. There's a microphone-shaped button down there at the bottom where you can accept that invite to unmute. There you go.
Sorry about that. I think there's a little bit of
Yeah,
stage fright, too.
That's all right. So just settle your nerves for a moment. So you said that you believe in Shiva, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Shiva and Kali, primarily. Yeah. Primarily. Yeah. I mean, I believe...
Are there other deities you believe exist?
I mean, to some extent, all of them, as thought
That's a lot
forms.
of deities.
Yeah. A lot of them.
So all of them, including the ones outside of Hinduism.
Yeah. And I think a lot
what way
of...
do they exist?
Well, to some degree as thought forms, they manifest in like the way people behave and act. Like they're guided by principles
What do you mean they manifest?
in like the way people act, their ethics or morality to some degree are shaped by...
Is that God's manifesting, or is that you ascribing characters that you recognize to people's common behaviors?
I mean, a little bit of both.
How is it the former?
I think they become real and like it's not as if they're like in the room with you, but they have influence in a way that becomes real.
What does that mean?
It means they have very tangible effects on the reality we live in.
How do you know that those effects are effects from them?
I think it's more that we've created them. Like we create gods. And they have effect on reality through the ideology that comes from those things.
So we create gods, and the gods that we create, the characters, have an effect on reality through the ideologies that we enact. So they're not really them having the effect. It's the ideas and the systems we build around them.
Yes, but that they become real in a tangible way.
How is that the God becoming real?
Well, because those ideas are having an effect. And
Right, the idea is.
Mhm. Yeah. The idea is
So where's the God?
In the belief in the God.
So the God is in the belief in the God.
God is in the belief, yeah.
Does that make your gods as real as any fictional character?
I think a little bit more real.
How?
Because it has more tangible effects on reality than character. Though, I think certain fictional characters
How
have.
does Shiva or Kali have more of an effect on reality than Harry Potter or Indiana Jones?
Well, I think they have more of a tangible effect on reality because of that, like over 1,000 years of tradition, and also like in Hinduism specifically.
Which do you think sells more merch per year?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers. But I think in Hinduism, I think like especially within the realm of Hinduism, Buddhism, you're looking at something that's a little bit more philosophical in conceptualism, because in Hinduism you could literally be an atheist and still consider yourself a Shaivite or Shakta and still be considered a devotee. Like you could not believe the gods are actually real, but you could believe.
But we're talking about you and your beliefs.
Yeah,
You believe the gods are real.
Yes, I do. I do.
Way of thought form.
Yeah.
Or do they exist in some other way?
Well, I mean, I specifically, with my personal belief, what I consider these two primary driving forces of the universe, Shiva and Shakti, I believe they're real. I think they're beyond our comprehension, and Shiva and Shakti are just names that I give these ideas. And I don't think anybody else needs to believe that.
You kind of mumbled something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe, to me personally, I believe that Shiva and Shakti are real. I think they're things that are beyond normal comprehension, and those are names that I give them. And I found a home in the religion I practice.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think everybody has to believe those things. Well, okay, so I believe these are ideas that are beyond normal comprehension, but I believe I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the words for exactly. I believe that they are part of a universal consciousness that is real.
What does that mean?
All of reality, like everything, literally everything. And I believe a lot of it's beyond our scope of understanding.
So, you believe beyond our understanding is a
Hmm.
universal consciousness that you
Hmm.
understand to be Shiva and Shakta.
Yes. I mean, that's just names that I call it, and I found a home uh, in this religion that helps me meditate on that thought.
Why do you think that there is a universal consciousness? If it is a thing beyond understanding, why do you apply labels such as universal or consciousness?
Um, I think it's a way for me to compartmentalize it.
Compartmentalize what?
Uh, the idea of God and gods.
Why do you have an idea of gods?
Huh. I just do.
If it's a thing that's beyond our comprehension, why do you assume that any idea you have would remotely resemble comprehension?
I don't. I don't think that I'm necessarily right.
Does it matter if what you believe is true or not?
No.
Why not?
I just don't think it would really matter one way or the other if I'm right or wrong.
Then
Just
why believe it?
well, because I do. Like, I haven't been proven otherwise, and I can't be proven otherwise.
What does that mean?
I don't think it's possible to prove me wrong or prove me right.
So that would make your belief unfalsifiable.
Yes.
Do you think that that is a good attribute to have in a belief?
Not necessarily. I think it requires less conviction on my part, but I don't think it's a bad thing either.
You don't think that it can be a bad thing to hold a belief that is unfalsifiable, that cannot possibly be disproven?
I mean, it depends on the outcomes of it. Like if it was harmful, I don't think it's harmful. In fact,
You don't
I
think it's
believe.
harmful. Has it
No.
ever been harmful?
Has Hinduism ever been harmful? Or my belief personally?
Hinduism.
Yes, very much so. So
If your belief doesn't fully align with Hinduism, why would you use Hinduism as a model and hold it up if it can be used for harm?
well, anything could be used for harm. Like any philosophy whatsoever could be used for harm.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think almost every philosophy has been used for harm to some degree. I can't think of one philosophical idea that hasn't off the top of my head.
Can you tell me what harm absurdism has been used for?
I'm sure somebody's probably blown their brains out because of absurdism. I mean, I also kind of vibe with absurdism as well.
You can get away with a lot on TikTok. Probably not that one.
Probably not. Also, I don't know that solipsism has been used for harm. I mean, you might harm your psyche with it, but used again, like...
I may have selfishly and gluttonously just been enjoying a very unhealthy snack.
You ate a whole can of canned cheese, didn't you?
I didn't quite finish yet.
Yeah.
I stopped myself before it finished. That might be why I asked so few questions during that. My
I
apologies.
thought you were
to the
leaving Chalk and
audience.
Cheese. I thought you weren't going to be here for Thrayle's big day. Yeah, it was a whole can of canned cheese. Chicken biscuit crackers. Is exactly what it was.
I probably disappointed a lot of people with that, but yeah. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. In a can. It comes in a can. Well, I mean, technically it's cheese product. Couldn't be happier to disappoint Chalk and Cheese. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're actually capable, with the courage or the curiosity to be able to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue, just to see if you can question what you believe. And if you can, then what is it you believe in? And why do you believe?
Trip, you're right. Spray cheese is gross.
I love the comment earlier. I'm not kink shaming, just cheese in a can. There's limits, sir.
What needs a spray of cheese? Nothing. Nothing needs a spray of cheese, Trip. But Thrayle thinks chicken biscuit crackers needs sprays of cheese.
Yep, I do think chicken and biscuit needs a spray of cheese. It's really good. You know what else is good with spray cheese? You know the the crackers that come with the cheese in between them, the sandwich crackers. They're like cheese flavored crackers with cheese in between. They could always use another spray of cheese, especially like a nacho cheese. That's a good one to go with the. I'm probably repulsing so many people right now. Yes, Triscuits with canned cheese are great fit. I've heard that Philly cheesesteaks are made with canned cheese. I don't know if it's canned cheese or if it's cheese from the jar, but it is a whipped cheese. Oh, yes, Heather, we can, because I'm a negligent host who often forgets the gift goals. I'm so sorry. But thank you so much to Danny Grax, Space God Slippy, to Bridget B, Shell, and Donna B. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. It is time for dolphins, isn't it? Oh, I guess Macy wasn't there. Wow, Stellani, that's a little too much information. Try fiber, it's your friend. But also, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for debates or arguments. I'm not looking to tear you down or make you look like a fool. I do, however, want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, LAS. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess you didn't mean to join. That's okay, I'll set you down. If you did mean to, go ahead and request back up, but we couldn't hear you. Yeah, I don't. wasn't my idea, Morris, but I'm willing to try it for science. And I'll even put fried okra on it. Though Kat seemed absolutely appalled when she heard about the okra part. Yeah, the okra was the step too far. I think it was. Why would you? Was it why would? What did the okra do to you? I think was her question. Like the okra didn't deserve to be paired with cottage cheese and hot dog.
I don't want to talk about the okra. Okay. We're not talking about the fucking okra. Steven, my picture is well, it's actually I was at this party and was sitting outside getting some air and watching one of my friends spin fire, and some random stranger that I don't know took a picture of me because she thought I looked magical and then sent it to me, and that's that picture. It was a really lovely interaction, actually.
I need what the fuck is magic? Image ideas. What should be in that image?
Cool that night too. Actually, I had this great like sparkly gold thing on. I think there should be sparkles, and I don't know, lots of like sparkly, glittery.
Sparkly, glittery, shimmery things.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So no witches and wizards and bubbling cauldrons. No. No sorcerers and fortune tellers.
Look, put whatever you want in there. You asked what my suggestions were. That's what the suggestion I have is.
Okay. Sparkles. I will make sure there are sparkles.
Thank you. Did you guys hear that? Did you hear him ask for suggestions and then criticize my suggestion?
And then accept it. I heard it. Loud and clear. also heard that we nailed that gift goal, so thank you so much to Shell and Heather's Descent, to Danny Gregs and Paniac. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
See, like Fibonacci gets it. He said the nerve.
The nerve.
Right, exactly. That is unhinged. But I like it. That painting that Michael V is working on tonight is fucking.
It's what? You said it's fucking, and then that's when the Wi-Fi swallowed you up.
I said it's fucking dope. It's very fucking cool.
Oh, yeah, and I did see RC's Fairy Princess Thrayle.
Oh, I did like Fairy Princess Thrayle too.
Danny Gregs, your jokes are usually awesome. Did I miss a bad one?
You've heard me say this before, and I usually say it in Discord because this usually happens when, you know, everybody's in Discord hanging out. But I have the best dog ever. Anytime I walk out of like the house area and like down anywhere else on the property, like she doesn't miss a beat. She's just right up behind me. She's right there taking a walk with me.
I wish I could count on my dog to always stay close, but he's very excitable.
She's the best dog ever. It's not Titan's fault. Sorry. There was a toad on my foot.
He turned into Curious George for a moment.
Sorry, guys. There's one of those big, huge cane toads on my foot.
Understandable, you don't want to absorb any of that. But
No, I do not need any of that in my life. Not right now. Definitely not on the live. I don't need that to happen on the live. No.
that's hilarious.
I'm usually really good at like having my mute button on, so like you guys don't usually hear all the like weird random little fucking noises and shit that but that was like out of my control.
Well, fortunately for you, Heather's descent, it was recorded to the YouTube.
Oh, perfect.
Immortalized. I hope this one went through clean. Sometimes it lags over there, but yeah. We can always go back and try to identify which primate call we just
Like, well, here's the thing. Again, I'm really good about my mute button, right? So, like, you guys never hear any of those, like, things. And I forgot that I was not muted because I was in the middle of a sentence. And so I thought nobody heard it.
Uh-oh. You woke up.
Oh, sorry.
Monster. Fibonacci says that it was quite endearing. I mean, endearing is a word.
Yeah, I'm okay. I just had a big toad on my foot. And it wasn't even, I was just like, it just like surprised me. I was just not expecting it.
How big was this toad? I don't know if it's the size of the toad or the species that is so frightening.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, it was the species that was more of the concern, but it was like, I don't know, the size of my hand.
It's still a pretty big toad. I'm gonna let you make the call, cat.
I mean, we don't have another believer. Like, do you guys want hot Jesus?
But we know he can't question. And he's probably inebriated.
Oh, he's certainly inebriated. You are that was very, charitable saying probably. No, I know that he can't question, but like, do you have a better idea?
Welcome back, new lamp. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? New lamp, are you with us? Wow. So
He's off in dreamland with Jesus in the elevator.
he must be in the elevator with Jesus. Los Miserables says, Thrayle, the tone of your voice and your personality are interesting. They reveal your true self. Or, I don't know what the or is. We're all in suspense here. New lamp, you were up here just a moment ago. You were up here for like a whole minute and you didn't say a word. We could try again, just got a request. But we do have another guest requesting too. And they're more likely, well, we don't know.
We have not plugged in.
Hang out for a minute there, new lamp. We might bring you out after. Oh, well, that's not a kind thing to say. Hello, Will.i.am. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, it's 43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, so what I'll say is that everyone here, everyone listening can, be their own god and unlock their own powers, right?
What's a god?
Okay, so what is God, right? God is everything. God, so
we can be our own everything.
No, you said what is God? So my definition is much different than the standard definition. Okay, so do I believe in modern man's definition? No, I don't. No.
Can we pretend that
drunk?
like? Can we pretend that like act like we have no idea what the word God means? We've never heard it before. How would you describe it?
All is one. One is all. Right. So it's everything. So we are all connected, right? And sometimes whether you like it or not, especially an example, like if you've ever had an ex, right? Like, but you're connected with them, right? And this is not spiritual. It's by quantum entanglement is what it is. It comes down.
Quantum entanglement is.
Yeah, everyone is all. All is. You
Are you sure that's what quantum entanglement is?
Well, okay. So maybe you can explain it better than me, if you please. Yes.
I mean, I'm not a quantum physicist. I just like.
I am not either. But quantum entanglement generally.
Can you tell me what the word quantum means?
Quantum entanglement generally means.
I just asked what the word quantum means. Let's break it down.
Break it down by word, right? Word by word. Okay. Quantum.
Are you drunk?
No, I am winding down, as you say. But
so
quantum.
You were drunk.
In past tense, no. But
what does quantum mean?
Quantum, the tiny particles. We're all made of the tiny stuff. Okay, we are all made of.
So quantum means the tiny stuff.
The tiny stuff.
And quantum entanglement. What does that mean?
It's entangling. Rather, it's connecting all of the small stuff, right?
Does it connect all the small stuff, or is there a certain? Are there
the big stuff too?
I'm sorry, everything. I was still asking the question. There was more.
Everything. You're very good with the questions.
Well, it'd be great if I got to the end of it. You'd find out what I really was asking.
Well, so yeah, so
Yeah,
part of it.
yeah, I
Mhm.
wasn't not done with the question.
Okay. No, you're great with
Cool.
questions.
So can
Continue,
I get the
please. Thanks.
question out? That'd be great.
Yes.
Okay. So is it entanglement? Is it a connection of just the all the tiny stuff, or is it a connection between certain tiny stuff? Like, are there parameters that connect certain things, or is it just everything's all connected because quantum entanglement?
It's kind of a loaded question, honestly, but no, we're all made of the small stuff, and at a very basic level, are all those tiny particles, right? I call it the future particle. Okay, so where we are at any
What do you mean
given moment,
future particle?
at any given moment, we are connected to the past, the present, and the future. Right?
Where did you get that?
That's part of quantum entanglement.
Is that part of quantum entanglement? Where's that
Yeah,
in quantum entanglement?
that's what I'm saying. So
So
that is an
where's that in
example.
quantum entanglement? Which
Say again.
which aspect of quantum entanglement talks about there being a connection to past, present, and future?
With the very definition, yes. No,
I don't know. Is that what's in the definition of quantum entanglement? Because you were saying that it was the connection between tiny particles.
well, and I don't have a Merriam-Webster's or right next to me, yes, but
Is there perhaps maybe a chance that you don't know everything about quantum entanglement?
that's a high probability, I would say. Yes, yes.
Is there any chance that you're kind of using quantum entanglement to describe something that it probably doesn't describe?
I would say that's a fair chance, but no. Um, what I'm describing is in reference to the what Batcolyte had as the premise of for the question,
Yeah,
right?
let's go back to that question real quick.
Yeah, so that's kind of
the
what I was
question that
trying
was
to
up there
connect
was
with it.
before. Yeah, it was
I was trying to entangle that
this one right here. So
thought
let's
with it.
entangle back into this. So it was,
Yes.
can you question your beliefs? What does that mean?
Yes. So, you know, where we have modern man's question of God, right?
So what does can you question your beliefs mean?
Can you question your beliefs? Yes. Question
it mean?
everything. Absolutely.
What
Question
does it mean?
everything. What do you
mean?
can you question? You're asking what the question means itself?
Yeah.
Can you question your beliefs? Absolutely. You should
Yeah,
do
what
this
does it
every
mean?
day. Yes.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
It means that what you have learned is and know may not always be the truth. Yes, you have to question yourself, and even you question master here. You're questioning me and making me think about my own beliefs, even right with your questions. And everybody should question themselves, but you're asking a question with a question, and it's
Sure. That's certainly how questions work, isn't it?
yes, but
Yeah. So, and you're not drunk, right? You said
no, but
peripherally.
How else do you ask a question?
that's a great question. Yes.
No, it's not. It's a terrible fucking question. Like, honestly, that's probably the worst question I've ever asked on this panel.
Well, I had a point to make, but I got off on a tangent, or rather, I got sidetracked on that, but
So the question, the original question, the question of all questions, when you first came up here was, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
yeah. So
And so your God, your higher power is the connected consciousness from quantum entanglement.
thank you for summarizing that, and that's fantastic that you.
So if you have this belief that there's a connected consciousness in quantum entanglement, is it possible that since your understanding of quantum entanglement is likely and admittedly limited, is it possible that your belief is based entirely in the gaps of what you don't know?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. You have a very good point. Yes, absolutely.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Well, it matters what I believe in and what what I feel, right? And this is everybody. Everybody can believe what they want. But yes, absolutely, it matters to. It should matter to everyone.
If it matters to you, if what you believe is true or not,
Sure.
and your belief is based on a science, a field of science that is in constant update and review, would it not make sense to stay up to date with that science?
Yes.
How would you go about determining if your belief were in error?
That's the question, right? I mean, that's what. So how
Each
can
one of the questions is the question.
right?
Sure.
But how can we prove or disprove any of it? Now, what I can look at is the written history of what has been uncovered, and what's been uncovered is that we are the origin of ancient alien species. Yes. So we look, we are the aliens. We look towards the stars. We look towards God, and you look at ancient cave drawings, right? And they try to explain God. They try to explain God, yes.
What was the question I asked you that you're answering now with ancient aliens?
Well, that's exactly what I'm answering. Yes, about the history of the Earth. Okay, the
It
history
wasn't
of the
about.
Earth.
So you're saying I asked you about the history of the Earth and not about the possibility of you being wrong and how you would go about finding out if you're wrong. I didn't ask you about that.
That's my answer. Is that how do I
That
how do you
ancient
find out
aliens.
about it? Well, so you look at the history of the Earth. Okay, you look at written history. And now some religions, yes, is written history. The Bible itself, okay,
Wow.
it's
Will,
history. Yes.
did I ask you about the Bible?
Oh, is that a no? But religions across the world are they are all.
I'm sorry, I just noticed.
What? Okay, yeah, I was just saying that look at the history of the earth and you have things that go back way before
What do you know about the history of
thousands,
the Earth?
thousands of years before any written religions.
How old is the Earth?
Approximately what 9 billion years old. Yeah,
You know what? I'll take it. That's fine. Whatever. As long as it's in the billions, I'll take that.
Wait, no, that's the number of people on the planet. I apologize. That's what I was thinking of. They say that it's less than 9 billion. I was thinking the number of people on the planet, but I believe it's 9 billion plus. I'm the 9 billion club on population.
It's about 4.5 billion years old. But anyway,
no,
so,
I'm talking about the population.
You're right, but I didn't ask about the population, so I don't care about that. I don't know why you're talking about that at all, actually. So, like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you trying to say? What do you believe in? What is God?
Okay, fair question. Thank you. So, what is God? God is you. God is me. God is everyone. God is within all of us. God is in everything. So when you pray,
So what is it then?
So it's it's everything.
So why are we calling it God? Why are we just calling it everything?
That's what I'm saying. Is that it's everything.
So why are you calling it God instead of everything?
Potato, potato. So you can call it anything, right? So I believe there's many gods, not just one, many.
Well, yeah, you believe everything is God. Is Rachel's McDonald's apple pie God?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, Rachel, that is God. You're eating God. Way to cannibalize the deity. Is my cat God? My cat is God, actually. Yeah. That's fair.
That too. That's what I'm saying. Is that
Is the toad that just like hopped across my foot God?
Yeah, but you might want to tell him, hey, don't do that.
I think that's how I meet God, actually. Is there anything that is not God?
Well, so no. But I will say this, that there are other dimensions.
Are the defecates that are flushed down the toilet God?
There are other dimensions, though.
When you shit, are you flushing God down the toilet?
Technically speaking, I guess you could say this, but
at least he's consistent.
The very water in the very toilet,
Okay, so okay. I'm really glad that you said that the shit was God, because that was consistent of you. But also, what about these other dimensions? What do you mean other dimensions?
Well, so that's the trick of it, is the other dimensions is where every moment we're in, we're connected with the past and the future, present, present and the future, right? We're connected totally, right? But every time you make a decision and you do something, right? There's alternate timelines, right, where you can impact that future particle, is what I like to call it, right? Some people like to call that God when they get intuition, and intuition turns out to be correct. they thank God, but really it's just it's us connecting to that future particle.
Is this the quantum entanglement?
Well, I call it future particle, but yeah, quantum entanglement. But it's more than that. It's we are spiritual beings living in a physical world, right?
Okay.
But it's not in the way that
Why do you believe
man.
this?
Well, have you ever experienced anything supernatural?
Yeah. Well, I have experienced things that could be explained through supernatural explanations, but I don't have any reason to explain them that way.
Okay.
But also what led you to believe that all of this is true?
Well, after all, we are but a collection of our experiences.
No, stop, no. I don't want the hippy dippy bullshit. I want to know why you think this is true.
Well, this is true. A collection of our experiences.
Why do you think that's true?
That when you say that, I mean it's very broad. I guess you could say. You mean everything, right? I mean, why do you believe what you believe, right?
Well,
just a loaded question. That's all.
what was the question that was loaded?
What led me to believe it?
Yeah, so
what do you want me to rewind everything, right? And talk about everything I've read or heard or seen, or I mean is
it everything? Everything led you to believe that everything is everything God, and everything God is quantumly entangled in everything.
Yes. So all is all.
Sandwich is sandwich.
Sandwich is sandwich. Thank you. Yes. Sandwich is sandwich.
If anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich, and everything can be described as layered or is in fact layered, then everything would be a sandwich, right?
You're kind of making me want a sandwich right now, actually. Yes.
Everything's a sandwich. So, it like if you breathe the air right now, you're breathing a sandwich, right? You're a sandwich.
No. Breath work is very
That shit
important.
is sandwich.
The shit is
that
a
one
sandwich.
that you float down the. Yeah, that's a sandwich.
Just sandwiches. No,
Right.
no.
The turlet. I'm sorry, turlet is a sandwich.
Turlet.
The
Yes.
The turlet water is a sandwich. You're a sandwich. This conversation is a sandwich. Sandwiches are sandwich. And when
That's
they
a fair
sandwich all the
assessment.
sandwiching
That's a fair assessment. Yes.
It's a sandwich.
But it.
Well, when you say something like all is all, what the fuck do you mean?
Well, I just wanted to respond to
Sandwich.
to Thrayle's shit sandwich. So that it does make me it makes me recall if anyone's seen what's that movie Accepted. It's like this college acceptance movie.
When you say all is all, what does
Accepted,
when you say all is all, what does that mean?
they were the shit sandwiches.
When you say
Anyways,
all is
they
all,
were the
what does that mean?
When you say all is all, what the fuck do you mean?
Okay, I apologize. So yes, all is all, meaning exactly what it says.
It doesn't say anything. It says nothing. There's no content there.
No content. Everything is everything. So when you walk into a room, and you walk into a room of people, and you have furniture there, right? And you have carpet, right? The furniture, the carpet, the people, they're all made of the same stuff, right? But like, when you
Wait,
get
are
down
they
to the
made of the
molecular
same
level,
stuff? Are the people made out of
no, no. But here's the thing. Here's the
wool
thing:
or
is the
yarn, or
people, the
like what are
people
the
are the
people?
spiritual beings, right?
Are
So
they?
when
What
you
is
connect with
spiritual?
them,
What is
yeah,
spiritual?
it's it's uh it's the experience. Yes,
I'm sorry. Say that again.
the experience. What?
What's the experience? What were you responding
People,
to? What was
people.
my question?
In relation to people, the
My
people there.
question was in relation to people. What was my question? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still don't know what all is all means.
All, all is all.
There's a poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, everybody. If you just want to let your voice be heard, of course, you can click that little clipboard in the upper left-hand corner and cast your vote.
Well,
Let your voice be heard.
so what's the vote about? No, is it about the shit sandwiches? So that movie,
It's
I
all about
swear.
the shit sandwiches.
Yeah, I swear. I
So
can't
just to
remember the name of the
clarify,
movie.
Will,
But
since we're not talking about shit sandwiches, and this sandwich of all the sandwiches that you have talked about is the God that is intertwined in the quantum entanglement of reality that you seem to think that you understand, I would highly recommend that you look into quantum entanglement a little deeper. Maybe even ask somebody in the field if what you're saying makes any sense. Because I think, at least so far, I haven't been able to decipher very much of the shit sandwich, besides that you just assume everything is God.
no,
And that you can
that's
assume that you are God, and that God is, well, all is all, and God is God, and
well, you are
shit
too,
is shit,
right? Everybody
sandwich
is,
is sandwich.
but
But we did
no,
do a
that's
vote,
fair.
and we're going to
That's
go
very
ahead and
fair.
move on,
And
Will.
and
So
and
appreciate you being here.
yeah, no,
And
Can I do?
I
Can
think,
can I do one?
go ahead, Kat.
I don't think this is going to take very long. Hi, Colin. Can I get your age for
Yes.
TikTok TOS?
How we do it? I'm 25 years old.
Okay, so got that out of the way. I didn't think it would end that quickly.
I think he was, I don't know, was that his impression of me or the guest before?
Yeah, he was. That was you. That was you.
Oh, I thought it was the
It
guy
might have been
before.
the guest, but it also might have been you. He has been absolutely fucking insufferable in the comments. Yeah, see, why can't I be like Thrayle?
Well, Colin, I mean, if you want to be like Thrayle, go ahead and request up and do a better job of being like Thrayle, but that didn't sound like me.
No, it sounded like somebody trying to make fun of sounding like Thrayle. And I, you know what? Had you not done the voice, we could have gotten a lot farther than that.
No, it was that guy. T, have a different voice already. You're pissing people off.
Yeah, right. Change your fucking voice. What's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Apparently, something's wrong with me. And it's my voice. But if, you know, you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Do you want to give Colin one more chance and see if he can actually...
Is he in the request again?
Yeah, he's back.
Hi, Colin. Let me, just like, no, don't, let me, I'm gonna give you a real fair shot here. One,
Yes.
we're not debating. We don't debate here. This is not a debate. Two, can I get your age for TikTok TOS in your actual voice, like your voice, not what you
20.
think Thrayle's voice sounds like?
25. I'm talking normally. I promise.
Do you have a belief in
I'm just talking.
Do you have a belief in a god, gods, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I have.
You're doing a bad job right now.
I'm just talking to you. I'm just trying to be quiet because it's 4 a.m.
He's just trying to talk to you and be quiet. It's 4 a.m.
Do you believe that all the events in the Bible are true and literal, or the whole Bible is true and literal?
I think that there are some cases that are not literal, like in the example that Jesus says that he is the door. He's not a physical door, but it's an analogy that explains what he's trying to say.
What about Genesis?
What about it?
Do you think that's true and literal?
I think most of it is literal, but there are some analogies like I just explained.
In Genesis, which do you believe that, like, the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in the garden, do you think that's literal?
From my understanding, that is true, yes. But for some examples, like Adam taking a rib bone out of Eve, I don't believe that would be literal.
Did Adam take a rib bone out of Eve in the Bible? What Bible are you reading?
He's
yes, literally.
so hard on the voice.
How is that? You've never heard that?
I know. We're gonna go until he stops.
Voice. He can't even get the characters right.
I'm just trying to fit in with the
bone. Adam
took a rib bone from Eve. Where was that in Genesis?
I mean, you can just read Genesis. But
I mean, I've read Genesis like many times.
As far as
like I've read it out loud.
Trying to fit in with the rest of the group.
I thought you were using your real voice. I thought that was your real voice.
I mean, it is, but it's also it's like late in the middle of the night, and I just want to sound sexy and be like really cool. So
yeah, you're doing a great job of it. Just absolutely, you're just so impressive.
Well, it seems like I have an echo. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had an echo. I can try to fix my mic settings. I didn't think that I had an echo. That's my bad.
Wow. Hey, can you sing a few bars of something for us?
It seems like I have a fan group in the comment section, so I really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, they're all very impressed.
They're all, yeah, everybody's really, really, like, god damn.
I can tell, yeah, but Thrayle has
Colin,
2 point. What?
Colin,
what?
Can you sing a few bars of your favorite song for us?
I promise you I will if you answer me one question, sir.
Go ahead and sing for us, Colin.
I promise. I promise you I will if you answer me one question.
I don't often invite people to sing on the panel. Will you go ahead and sing for us?
Actually,
I'll repeat
he
myself.
never invites people to sing on the panel.
I'll repeat myself for a third time, just out of courtesy. But I did say that I promise you I will do it.
Your real voice is creaking through, though.
I'll do it a fourth time. Then I promise you I will sing. Can you just answer me one question, sir? Please. I think that's a fair trade. I do believe that's a fair trade.
Can you read the screen right there? Do you see how it says? Can you question?
Am I muted, chat? Why are you ignoring me?
Okay, so I'm going to have to mute you so you can actually hear me talking because you just talk over me. So on the screen, yeah, you were muted and you're going to be muted while I talk. So on the screen there, it says, can you question your beliefs? It doesn't say question the questioner. So when it says question the questioner, that would be the time to ask me questions. But for right now, it just says, can you question your beliefs? And the reason why, of course, I'd be asking you to sing a song is because it sounds like your fake voice is exhausting you, and so you might want to try, loosening up a little.
Well, is your fake voice not exhausting you as well?
Well, see, that's just the thing, Colin. There's nothing fake going on here. I'm just talking.
Nobody talks like this as a real fucking person. No one does that.
Daily, constantly, all the time. Join the Discord if you can
No,
actually
nobody
agree to
does
the
that.
rules.
Not a real person. He's a skeleton, actually. So joke's on you, bud.
Yeah, you guys have lore, and that's weird. But whatever, I don't care. You guys, he's not. He does not talk
You
like
don't
this.
fucking see the picture, the background. Like he's a fucking skeleton. Like
That is.
What do you mean lore?
Are you serious? What the hell are you talking about? He does not talk like this in his regular life. I guarantee you that.
Colin, do you know
What?
how ridiculous you sound making these assumptions? Yeah.
You cannot be serious, bro. Right now, this is so stupid.
Colin.
Do you have GERD? Do you have GERD? If you have GERD, then I'll forgive you for attempting to talk like that.
You'll forgive me. You'll forgive me.
Yeah, because that's ridiculous.
So now you're just going to go with ableism.
You have GERD. Okay.
So, goodbye, Colin. You'll forgive somebody for having GERD. I don't seek anybody's forgiveness for my voice. Because if you think I need forgiveness for my voice, then I think the problem is with you. Thank you. No, it was that guy. I definitely don't want forgiveness.
Have a voice and talk with it.
Gee, can we guess what the focus of this guest is going to be?
Oh yeah, he's another. Yeah, there's another one.
I know. So,
Hello?
Turbo, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah.
And which god do you believe in?
I'm a Baptist, so I guess the Christian God, Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Technically not fully, no.
Technically not fully. Why not?
Yeah, well, like I haven't read it word for word fully through the Bible, but I've done Bible studies based on book for book, but I haven't read it fully word for word. So, if that makes sense.
Why haven't you read it?
I plan to, but I feel like I know the enough about it to feel strong in my beliefs. But I do plan to like read it word for word.
What? Okay. Do you believe that all the stories are true and literal?
I believe they're all true. Literal, maybe not.
Do you believe that the 6-day creation? Do you believe in the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve in the garden?
Old Testament things, I'm not sure about. I'll say that.
What do you mean you're not sure?
I'm not sure if those are literal or not. Old Testament. New Testament, I believe to be verbatim.
So you're not sure if the earth was created in 6 days or the Adam and Eve in the garden or anything?
Correct.
That's fair. why do you think, why are you not sure about the Old Testament being literal, but you're sure that the New Testament is?
Well, because I think the Old Testament was written in a less verified time and also much longer ago. And I think that he probably used a lot of idioms and things like that to explain God, or whoever you believe the authors were.
Do you believe that God was the author?
Yeah, not physically the author, obviously, but I believe that God gave the word through prophets who wrote it out.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. So, well, isn't that how the New Testament got written too?
Yes, but I believe that the New Testament is in a more recent time that also had a lot more literacy that kind of, what would it, confirmed it to be true, I guess. Like,
What confirms the New Testament to be true to you, for you?
well, just many people with the same experiences.
What people?
All of the authors of the Bible,
Who are the authors of the New Testament?
You mean, oh, well, like, specifically the Gospels, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Those, they all explained the same events that happened with small differences, which I believe those differences actually, like, kind of actually give more credence.
Small differences? Do you think the
Yeah.
differences are small? So in oh god, it's Matthew. I'm sure it's Matthew. So in Matthew, there's zombies, and there aren't zombies in any of the other gospels. Is that a small difference? It's like people rising out of their graves and walking around the town. A small detail, little one, tiny detail.
Well, that's okay. What can you explain exactly which verse you're quoting on that?
Yeah, hold on. I don't have the. Let me grab my Bible real quick. What version do you usually read?
Well, I started with the King James, but then I did the what is it? The what is it?
NIV?
NIV? Yes, yeah.
Okay. I usually read an ESV. Hold on. Give me just a second. I have a King James, but I don't think I'm gonna go get it because they're hard to read. I don't like them.
King James is hard to read. Yeah, that's why I switched.
Yeah. And it's
2751.
Thank you.
But
it was Matthew.
Yes, it is Matthew 27.
While you're looking that up, can I give kind of
Now that you know what verse it is, you can look it up.
Well, can I just say something real quick?
No, this is not a pulpit. You don't get to come up here and just sermonize past us.
Oh, no. I was trying
stop.
to give context to.
Stop. There's a question.
Who the hell are you, bud?
I'm the host. Shut the fuck up.
No, you're literally not the host.
Yeah, I literally am the host.
Batcolyte.
Look, fuck off. See, that's what happens. 2751. And behold, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth shook, and the rocks were split. The tombs were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised, and coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many.
I'm
Read your Bible,
done
Turbo.
walking around this fucking place at night. I just threw my phone because a toad scared me again.
You didn't hurt my feelings, Turbo. You disrespected me while I was speaking. You kept speaking over me. It didn't matter if I was the host or not. I'm the mod on panel telling you that you were taking it off topic and you don't get to sermonize up here. So I'm sorry if your feelings got hurt. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your God. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Nobody wins here, Turbo, unless you can question your beliefs, which clearly that's not happening.
Hi, guys. Okay,
Hello, Carmen.
so
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
absolutely. I am Carmelina and I am 43. And I used to be a Catholic.
You used to be a Catholic.
I used to.
So
And
you're
I
not a
still
Catholic anymore.
I still believe in some of it. I do. But there are a lot of things that I don't believe in anymore. And I would like for some space to be there.
Are you drunk right
This
now?
conversation. I absolutely am.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I appreciate the honesty, though. I would say that after you drink some water and catch a nap, maybe another time we could have that conversation. But you won't be setting terms and getting them as you set them, because this is a particular kind of conversation, and you don't own it. Yep, good talk. There are a whole lot of drunk people for a Thursday night. We waited too long. New lamp has left the queue. How much drunker now do you think he would be than when he requested? I wonder if Jesus' eyes get dreamier the drunker he is.
I kind of think that Hot Jesus would have been more productive than everything that we just did.
I agree. I fully agree.
That shows us. New lamppost right, F that guy.
Hello, Kapanif. How do you say it? I'm gonna not try again. Say it again.
Panalig. In Tagalog, it's
Kapanalig.
like a group of faithful believers.
I see. And can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age is 37.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
At first, I was doubting, but I experienced some radical stuff that happened to my life. You want me to continue on?
You say at first you were doubting and then you experienced some radical things. The question was, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
I would like the answer to the question, so if that means continuing, then continue, but continue towards the answer of that question.
Yes, sir. I believe in the Creator, the G Master.
The Creator, the G Master. Which Creator is that?
Creator of all things, the Almighty.
Which Creator of all things is that? Cat hates this game.
I fucking hate it so much.
The Bible.
Thank you.
He took the direct route. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
You don't need to read it to understand it.
Have you read it?
From beginning to end.
Have you read it from beginning to end? I didn't ask if you needed to. I just asked if you did.
I've read what I need to read. A lot of people read it, but they still don't believe it. They don't have the wisdom from God Himself.
I see. So if they don't believe it, it's because they're not wise. Can you actually answer the question? Have you read it from beginning to end?
Most of it.
So you haven't read it from beginning to end?
Yeah, I haven't read it from beginning to end.
Why not?
Because the busy life, need to work, but
what is more important than the divinely inspired Word of God?
Nothing is more important.
Okay, then you don't have an excuse.
If nothing's more important, then why are there reasons in the way?
There's so much stuff that you can go into studying, like the theology of flesh versus spirit. Instead of focusing on the Noah's Ark, I focus on that route, the flesh and the spirit.
Did I ask you anything about Noah's Ark?
No, my point is there's so much subject that you can focus on, but...
Okay, so the question was about reading the whole book and why it wasn't important enough to you.
Sorry, say that question again.
No, that's all right. We'll just move forward. Do you believe all the stories within the book to be true and literal?
Some are literal, some are metaphorical, but it depends on the Spirit, how the Holy Spirit will lead you into understanding.
So does the Holy Spirit lead you into understanding the six-day creation is literal or metaphoric?
The Holy Spirit led me to the understanding of the six-day creation is a metaphor.
What is it a metaphor for?
The number 6 represents the physical realm where everything here in this world falls short of the 1, where 6 plus 1 equals 7. 7 is the rest day, or where God rested. But that's a metaphor for me, where
so you're saying that it's a numerological metaphor, that somehow 6 equals the physical world and plus 1 equals God.
Yes, sir.
I'm not seeing how this is a metaphor. It is not just what you've derived from the story, that 6 days were the physical creation and one more was the rest. In what way does that already mean physical and God?
for you to understand more my view is the number 6 here is everything around here that people strive to get is number 6. For example, 6 figures of income, 6 feet of height, 6 inches. So, physical.
What does 6 feet and 6 inches have to do with the number 6 in the Bible? Do you think inches and feet existed as measurements common in usage before the Bible?
Well, like what I said, physical, this worldly view, this flesh, people are
Are you just kind of
struggling.
repeating things that other people have said now?
There's a
Sounding like
story.
you're struggling to get
There's a
your
story
own words.
in
Would you
the
say,
Bible.
but I real quick have a, would you say that you are a high value man?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Where did that... How did you deduce that, Kat?
Well, okay, let's think about what he just said. 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 inches.
And there's
I
so
missed
much
the
more.
6 inches
Like,
part.
you guys know the carbon element?
You know that's my wheelhouse.
The element of the carbon is the sixth element on the table of elements, carbon, and carbon represents the flesh. The carbon, living carbon living organisms, and that represents.
He just kept going.
Yeah, I don't know how he felt about me figuring that one out.
Wow.
I think the demon hates to hear the truth.
The
That's why
demon
he's
hates to hear
muting
the
me.
truth. Is that what's
Yeah.
happening? Just stop talking for a moment, because nobody needs to hear that. Do you have questions for him, Kat?
Oh, absolutely not.
I don't know if we should give him 6 minutes, Trip. That's a lot of time. The demon hates to hear the truth. 6 seconds, maybe. I don't know. I'm thinking of waiting some other random, non-divisible by 6 number, so he'll do math longer.
I'm sure 6 seconds is all that he needs.
Oh, man. Is this a debate? No, it's not a debate, but it's also not a display of whatever the fuck that is. We'll just move on. Maybe somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that isn't grossly embedded in cell culture will find their way up here. What did he just say? Fickled. A fickled mind. I think you're supposed to leave your pickles out in the moonlight or something. That's why it's not working for you. Hello, Meshon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, sir. 35. I'll be 36 in February. Hey, how do I get my voice like y'all's? That sounds pretty dope.
I don't know. I suppose you'd have to have parents like mine, and they'd have to fuck and then create you, and there's a whole like
You gotta fuck.
mess of shit that's got to happen after that. Yeah, usually. Yeah,
Am I
usually.
good? Am I getting in there?
No,
Hey, Thrayle.
but you're probably not good. The good is probably gone. Yeah, Cat.
Is your ship fucked up?
I avoided saying it. I've done great. There's definitely some shit that do be fucked up.
So for all of you that don't hang out with us in Discord all the time, before the live started, we listened to this song called My Shit's Fucked Up at least 10 times. And Thrayle just kept saying, my shit's fucked up.
Well, not just my shit. All shit. Shit was fucked up. Every shit that was shit, and it was fucked up. Will this be known as the voice episode? Paniac. Almost every episode is known as the voice episode. People can't get over it. They really can't. It becomes an obsession for some of them.
Oh my god, the incel is still down there talking about carbon. Everything is carbon.
Hello, how's it going?
How are you? Good morning, Liz. How are you?
Good morning. Did you guys get my raid or earlier?
We did. I might have. Well, shit might have been fucked up at the time.
Oh.
But I appreciate the raid.
Of course.
Shit's been fucked up all night, so.
Like, can you question that belief?
Can I question the belief that shit is fucked up?
I have evidence that shit is fucked up.
Warren Zevon wrote a whole song
What's
about
your evidence?
Warren Zevon wrote a song, for one, saying that his shit was fucked up. And it was covered by multiple artists. So that's, I think that's peer review.
Yeah, I guess that counts.
And it's repeated. It's repeated and peer reviewed.
It's tested, yeah.
It's tested.
This shit was all fucked up.
Shit's real fucked up.
Oh shit, I guess it's fucked up.
It is a Thursday night, or Friday morning, I guess now, and we've had 90%, I think, drunks on the panel. And one guy who was maybe not drunk, but so gone on something else that he was just gone.
And then there was the incel just a moment ago.
And then the incel, yeah.
I had some rapid fire guy my prompt for my live was the Bible is historical fiction, and this guy pretty much badgered me with points about dinosaurs being faked by museums and the moon landing not being real, but the Bible's true.
Wait, but the dinosaurs that were faked, any of them that ever were found out by science?
No, he thought that the dinosaur bones, it was a cabal from atheists, we all organized this conspiracy to prove the Bible's not true by inventing dinosaur bones
and then hiding them inside the earth.
Yeah.
Well, that part's made up. They just like, invent bones like for the museum. Like those bones aren't real.
They just invent bones.
Yeah, pretty much.
What is less real? Are the dinosaur bones less real, or are birds less real?
I couldn't even begin to unpack the crazy that was on that live. Like it was pretty ridiculous.
Have you had a flat earther? Yeah.
Yes.
What about a toroidal earther?
A what?
A toroidal earther.
Yeah. Here.
What the fuck is that?
Hang on.
It's a donut shape.
It's a donut shape? Like Halo?
Like that right there.
It didn't change. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Like that.
Fascinating.
Would you believe
they exist.
Before I had a flat earther on this live, I had a toroidal earther.
Like I have no response to that. Like that is like where do you even begin to like unpack that?
It went deeper though. It went deeper, Liz. It was not just a toroidal earther. Everything was a toroid. Atoms were toroids. Cells were toroids. We were all within our own toroidal fields that were toroids.
That reminds me of the Rick and Morty with the like on the cob, everything's on a cob.
Exactly where my mind went. That was exactly where, I think that's where the questioning went. It was like everything on a cob all the way down. But it was donuts all the way down. I think it was before I had developed the sandwich.
That is so wild.
I didn't even have the everything sandwich to fall back on.
I need to figure out what this is. Like I've never even heard of this.
The everything sandwich?
No, the toroidal earther thingy, the donut earth.
Oh, I was going to say, you should know about the sandwich. Everybody knows that, everything's a sandwich.
Everything is a sandwich.
Mm-hmm. It's just intuitive. We all know that.
That's like the whole turtles all the way down thing, or what?
No, because turtles would be sandwiches too, so it'd be sandwiches all the way down.
Oh, mayo. Definitely. I'm not Canadian.
You're sounding Canadian. Hey, Beastie, can I get your H for TikTok TOS? Beastie6, did you mean to join us? Beastie6 going once. Beastie6 going twice. Beastie6. You can request back up if you meant to be here, but I don't think you did. And Kat was holding her breath, expecting me to sell them. But I stopped selling people. Well, I mean, I never sold people. That already sounds bad.
That sounded horrible.
I never sold anyone. I just used to make it sound like I was auctioning people off. But sometimes they might have been asleep, and that's not,
I think the last time I was on your live, I fell asleep.
Yeah, I think you did. Don't feel bad. I think Kat just did.
Please, no, I didn't know. My hands were just busy. Please, stop while you are ahead.
Stop while I'm ahead.
You just said, I just sold people, but I didn't sell people. I just auctioned them off, and they were probably sleeping.
Wait, are you implying that I implied I did something wrong?
Like that you implied human trafficking unconscious people.
Is it really trafficking if I just make a show of an auction and put them gently back where they came from?
I don't even have words.
No one actually bids, no money's exchanged, no humans are trafficked. Names who quietly came up and didn't speak quietly get set back down under the mask of an auction. You're right. I shouldn't try to justify it in any way.
But next time I fall asleep, I want you to auction me off to the audience. You hear this, you guys?
Oh, we might do that.
What should we start the bidding at?
I don't care. You guys decide. I just want to see how that. I just want to know how that goes. I just want to report afterwards because I'll be asleep, you know. So, it's morally questionable, but we can do it.
This raptor might want to come up and question my beliefs.
I see that, but that's not what it's about here, and I've questioned your beliefs pretty thoroughly. I may ask a question here in a moment, but I do really quickly need to thank Paniac, Heretical Apothecary, Heather's Descent, Shell, Zaz, and also Barfing Toaster. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Were you raised in a Christian denomination, Liz? I think I did ask you this before.
I was evangelical, like Southern Baptist, I'd say. It's mostly like I would describe it as like a non-denominational church, but I feel like we were like affiliated with just one of the Southern Baptist conferences.
And what would you say was the first thing that whittled away or chipped away at your belief? The first straw?
I would say biblical inerrancy was probably like the first straw. And then my like eschatology, like end time stuff kind of fell apart. I was like a dispensationalist. And then from there, like textual criticism and theodicy kind of finished me off.
What do you mean by theodicy?
Theodicy is the problem of suffering and evil in the face of an all-knowing, all-loving, omniscient creator that is supposedly there. And it creates a lot of moral dilemmas.
And that was like the final straw for you, was the problem of evil and suffering.
I would say like more so like authorship and like textual criticism of the Bible, like that. And then once that happened, I would say like what pushed me over to atheism would probably be like whereas if there is a God, like they've completely fucked off.
Can you think of anything that might excuse a god having fucked off and still existing?
I mean, I guess like really good, space snow, just really good schmugs.
Could our existence not be an unintended byproduct of it existing? Could we be a sneeze?
Could we be a sneeze?
Or a
I
shit?
don't know. Yeah. I think I would file that under, the universe is still a mysterious thing to me. I don't claim to have all the answers, but I did explore the Christian religion enough to know that I don't believe it's true.
What do you think might redeem the Christian religion in your eyes, if anything could?
What would redeem the Christian religion? I would need some demonstrable evidence. And I really want to know where this Jesus character is, if they're out there somewhere. Because I don't feel like I don't think they're real.
Can you think of some evidence that might somehow make it convincing to you?
I think it's if I saw Jesus just appeared in my room and started telling me they're real. I guess I need the doubting Thomas treatment.
I don't know how that... I mean, there's a question that I have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that if you had the doubting Thomas treatment,
Yeah, it's Jesus appeared and started doing all kinds of miracles in front of me.
Okay, never mind.
It'd be kind of hard to that would be demonstrably true for me.
Right, but doubting Thomas felt a wound.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask if you had just had, been allowed to feel a wound, would that be enough to convince you that Jesus was God and that he was somehow resurrected and the story was true? Would just the doubting Thomas treatment be enough for you?
Yeah, I think I would need that. You gave Paul the road to Damascus, that type of thing. You don't see that anymore. It's just where's all the miracles?
How do you know
when you have cameras and all kinds of things?
Mm-hmm. How do you know those things are not reserved only for certain people?
Special people?
Yeah.
Oh, then I guess I'm not special. And fuck me, I guess I'm going to hell.
Sucks to suck, doesn't it? Would you say your shit's fucked up?
I mean, if it's true, then yeah. I guess my shit's fucked up.
If it's true, then it's true.
I mean, if it's true, then I would say it's kind of to quote the I Love Lucy show, You have a lot of explaining to do. because the evidence you provided sucked ass.
I wonder if anybody watching has a belief that their shit's not fucked up. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or that your shit's not fucked up, go ahead and request on up. If you can question that belief, of course. We almost pulled Cat back from the teacup that has swallowed her up with that segue. But it just wasn't powerful enough. Its Raptor says no, because I don't have any doubts or uncertainties about God.
Wow,
That's frightening.
that is frightening amount of confidence.
I wonder if it's a mark of pride for some to be labeled unquestionable.
I think it's just you haven't questioned your beliefs enough, if that's how you feel.
He says, what? Sorry, they say, what is the issue with that? I think you should question that exactly. What do you think the issue is with an unquestionable belief?
I think Raptor should be muted in the chat until they come up here and question their beliefs.
I haven't seen a reason to mute them yet, but if it becomes preaching, maybe. Right now, it's just an unquestionable belief. I wonder why that is.
I think when you're like that certain, and you claim to be that certain, that merits a challenge.
I wonder why they don't recognize absolute certainty as a dangerous stance. If it were any other belief than the one that you agree with, wouldn't absolute certainty frighten you?
Do I question the uniformity of nature? What's uniform about it? 99% of the creatures that have ever existed don't exist anymore.
We have a guest. Hello, D'Emmanuel.
I just want to say, I know you're forcing your voice. You've been on this.
No, we're not doing that.
All right.
If you're not capable of actually engaging, then you don't get to be up here. So, try again if you actually have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs. I think after, what are we up to? Oh, well. So maybe we were a little late today. I was going to say after as many hours as we've been live. I think forcing my voice would get exhausting. I do this for usually up to 12 hours a day.
That's wild. This guy says the ad hominems are never ending. And I would just say, your mom's an ad hominem.
D. Manuel says, I hope you don't cough and expose your real voice. I've coughed right into the microphone before. It's really unfortunate. I'm sorry when I do it. I have a mute button, but sometimes I'm not quick enough with it. Sometimes I get muted and unmuted confused because it is just a button, see? And, yeah, if I'm not looking, I'll cough right into the mic. Does that expose my real voice?
That is your real voice.
Oh, exposed. Look at that.
Yeah, my name's Thrayle. Yeah, my name's Thrayle. Yeah.
The hilarity that he has a.
Yeah.
That he's got a. That he's. The smoke detector was just the perfect fucking touch to that.
I'm done. That was funny.
To be mocked by someone who doesn't know how to change a 9-volt battery. Oh, man.
I'm still giggling at that. That was so funny.
Clearly, you can unblock that guy from the live if you want, Thrayle, but I don't know what was being said because my headphones were off my head for a moment, but I got rid of that. So he won't be back unless you decide to let him back.
Oh, good call. Hello, real American. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
49.
Are you driving a car right now? It's very noisy.
Oh, but I'm in a boat.
You're in a
Some
boat.
people gotta work for a living.
Okay. Well, it's really noisy. When you get somewhere quiet, you're welcome to try again, but I'm not here to listen to all the road noise. It's a very noisy boat.
I always just think of boats and hoes from Step Brothers.
It's the second time somebody said that they were in a boat and working on the live, and I don't believe them.
Like how far out to sea are they on a boat? Like what kind of boat? Are they on a Mississippi boat? Like a river boat? Is that even still a thing?
I don't even know. I mean, I've seen river boats. I'm sure they do exist, but I don't expect it would be that loud. anywhere on the boat. Unless you're like in the utility room with a generator, if there's a generator on board, because it's modernized. I don't know. Sounded like an 18-wheeler.
I guess boats are allowed. I've seen like some lives like where they're like lobster people, like they doing lobster stuff, and they're streaming from that.
I mean, that's cool. Yeah, that's the thing they're doing. And it'll be loud when the engine's running, but then he's probably driving the boat, right? And he should be steering the boat, manning the helm or the con. I don't know I don't know the proper terminology. I don't have all my nautical references up to date, but it seems you should be paying attention to that. Of course Morgan knows. I wonder if somebody who was in the Navy has any idea what the fuck they're talking about with boats. Gee. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, boats or no boats, if you can question your belief and you'd like to try, go ahead and request on up here. I'm not here for debate. I'm not looking to burgle your god or pry it from your fleshy fingers as you try to cradle it for warmth. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Is the imagery too antagonistic?
I think it looks good.
Fleshy finger.
I think it looks good.
I meant in the segue, the prying of gods from fleshy fingers as you cradle them for warmth.
I mean, that does kind of like, you can take my Bible and my guns from my cold dead fingers type of a vibe.
Fibonacci, I say we don't. I don't know why. I mean, Morgan, because I said we don't. RC created it, we deal with the aftermath. Well, if RC is here, then he can bring it up and show it on his camera before I turn it off. And then he can question his beliefs, because I know he needs to do that. But I know he can, too. So, if you think you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of doing just that, there's a box on the screen for you. Otherwise, I'm going to have to keep questioning Liz or Kat and find out exactly which one of them exists and which one doesn't. Or do either of them?
I mean, I definitely exist. I go on camera.
I don't.
It's whoever responds first.
Mystery solved. Because nobody exists up here. Hello, nihilist. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm about to be 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I used to be agnostic. I used to be atheist. I used to be whatever, what cringe stuff is, you know, when you're young. But after over time, and especially when you explore enough of things about history and geographical mapping, yeah, I believe in more Christianity than other things or Abrahamic religions, such as things like, what is it called, Gilgamesh.
Okay, so you believe in the Christian God, is that what you're saying?
I believe in a God.
You believe in a God,
Mm-hmm.
and you think it's like the Christian God?
I believe it's close to something that we can't comprehend, yeah. Kind of like aliens, in a way.
Sorry,
isn't that kind of...
Let's back up for just a moment.
Well,
so
I'm answering your question.
Right, I'm clarifying the question to make sure that I understand the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so before we continue, and before I do that, yeah, the tone's already set. So
I mean, like you kind of made your picture the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say you don't exist until you can be respectful on the panel.
Just immediate hostility is not the move, my guy.
Look at that. We're all nihilists now. Well, at least we don't think that guest exists.
Is that what nihilism is? Specifically not believing that guest exists?
I mean, until they can be respectful. How was I not?
Someone clearly is not familiar with the works of Rico Grimgrin from Legends of Evantris. Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
I did it once. I don't know that I'll do it again.
Well, you don't have to. Oh, that was great.
You're literally challenging others on purpose. And overtalk.
No. Sounds like projection.
I just tried to redirect to ask a question, and then literally from that moment on, every syllable was met with overtalk. So your whole panel is a hypocrisy. Wow.
Okay.
Your indignance is really, really reflective of all of the emotions. You're just emoting all over the place. Let's you and I do it. Just in I. Not Morgan. You and I.
What? I didn't.
Nyla.
What? I didn't even talk.
What does Morgan have to do with this? Just completely ignored Cat and Redhead. I mean, Cat may not think she exists, but Redhead thinks she exists.
Damn. That's alright. Not the first person who didn't believe in me.
You've been
Probably
the whole
the last.
time. Nihilist, are you drunk or something? What the?
I don't. What is? It's just getting more and more incoherent, and I genuinely wish to understand.
It rarely is coherent, but usually, I mean, in text, at least it's slightly more coherent, at least a little longer, you know. I guess it's just more obvious when the incoherency sets in. Your imagination of the demonic BS is so hilarious now of trying to disprove any god. You are a dime a dozen.
No, you're just a dime. That's it. You didn't need the rest of that sentence.
Yes, let's speak in ASME.
What is ASME?
Makes you seem more intelligent, not LOL.
How old
got
did you say
nodded.
he was? Did we not get that far? I can't remember.
The crash out is all in text, Cat Witch. It's still happening. ASMRO. What is ASMRO?
This is just ASMR with extra steps, man.
I think you should probably drink some water, maybe catch a snack.
Isn't that when they like make all those sounds, like the ASMR stuff?
Yeah, I think that's when they put shaving cream on their microphone and then like smear it off with a toothbrush
or something. I don't know.
I honestly don't. I don't. Whatever it is, people keep telling me I would do well at it. It doesn't seem like my kind of thing.
It's pretty wild. Have you ever seen it?
That's the only reason I know about the shaving cream and toothbrush. Scrolled past it. I'm like, what the hell am I watching? And they were doing like bubble sounds with their tongue.
Hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Worst sound in the world. No, stop.
Yeah. It was like stirring macaroni and cheese. It was that kind of effect. It was
horrible. Awful. Absolute violent rage anytime I hear that noise.
You guys are cracking me up. Oh, that's so funny.
Hello, St. Mary. Can I get your age for TikTok POS?
I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, it's hard to say. Everything's just so topsy-turvy, you know. My life is in shambles. I've been through so much. I begin to question, is there even a God at all? You know what I'm saying? You just don't know. So many things can go wrong, and you think, where is God in all of this? And
is this a monologue you're
try
performing,
to go to the
or
bathroom, and then you find yourself constipated all the time.
There it is.
Because of the stress.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they wanted like advice on the performance or.
I just don't know about like how like constipation relates to like deconstruction.
I don't think it does.
It's a broad dig, is what it is.
Right. I think they worked on the monologue.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. The nihilist actually believed the monologue. Okay.
I mean,
people are terrible.
They want to be serious and actually engage in the conversation. And even if that was a serious statement, they're welcome to request backup if they meant to be here.
I swear that
Right.
felt like a monologue. I felt like I was just being
It really
performed
felt
to.
like it was read.
Everything's so topsy-turvy, and it ended with you're constipated. It really felt like a performance. If you really wanted to be taken seriously, you could have answered the question that was being asked. Somebody is driving on ice. That's what I think that sound is.
Yep, there it is. Goodbye. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
Freethinker. It's all flowing freely now, is it?
Horrifying.
Oh my. Should we try with the nihilist again? Do you think they can behave themselves?
Maybe. Who knows? I feel like we're just going to make a decision if we bring them back up. That's all.
They left the queue anyways.
Oh no.
Yeah, they took Mary seriously and thought that we were being offensive.
Okay. Sure.
The brainless one says if you aren't questioning your beliefs, they won't grow nor adapt. Well, I agree with that, brainless one.
Didn't even need
Pretty
a brain to
intelligent.
figure that out.
Right. It's a pretty intelligent thing to say without a brain.
Mm-hmm.
Look, nah, it was that guy has a whole brain and still couldn't listen to it. I guess brains don't have anything to do with questioning beliefs. That's unfortunate. Either that or the brainless one is mislabeled.
Let's keep it civil down there in the comments, okay?
It was still funny though, Dina.
I don't know what nonsense you guys have been up to, but it sounds like nonsense.
No?
Well, no, I just had a very... God. Tyler decided you want to talk about God for the last 15 minutes, so...
Oh.
So we did, which was great, but I mean, it was fine, but... He just, like, came up and was talking to me about God, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well, yeah, you're the local expert. Why wouldn't he go to you?
Right.
One question.
Hello, KVH. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 38. Thank you so much for letting me up.
Yeah. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe there's a higher power.
What does higher power mean to you?
Someone with more power than myself.
When you say someone, does
An
that mean
entity, I guess? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I believe there's higher
do you-
dimensions. So.
What does that mean, dimension?
Well, we live in the first, second, third, and fourth dimensions. There has to be a fifth dimension, obviously, to control those.
Why does there have to be?
Why does there have to be a second dimension if there's a first dimension?
I don't know that there has to be. Why does there have to
Well,
be?
there is. So.
I'm sorry. Why does there have to be a fifth dimension?
Why does there have to be a third dimension?
KVH, are you actually here to question your beliefs, or are you just here to argue while you play
I thought we were here for
background?
you to question my beliefs.
I am questioning
no, I
your
thought I was here to
beliefs, and
question your beliefs.
No, then you should probably read the prompt and maybe think it through and not just assume while you loudly play Minecraft. Yeah. That was boring, KVH. Because we're here to question your beliefs, not listen to your controller click while you get confused about why you're even here.
Oh no, it was Dota. It wasn't Minecraft. Make sure you address the right game he was playing.
That's true. If it was Minecraft, perhaps he would have been a little bit more elaborative of what 3D meant.
Perhaps. Alas, we shall never know.
KVH, the questioner tag on the screen is usually the indicator that it's time to question the questioner. But it's not up there, because it's not that time.
Lots of projection tonight.
So much projection. He literally came up here arguing with me while he played a video game.
Mm-hmm. We didn't even have the courtesy to give you his full attention.
Calling me a child.
Hmm.
It has nothing to do with what I understand, KVH. It has to do with your ability to question your beliefs, and when you figure that out, maybe you can find your way back. But for the moment, I think we're done.
You're done.
What belief do you want to question? You can question me some more.
Oh, now we've got Mark, though.
Oh.
And Mark has Red Thunder, apparently. So, Mark, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Mark? Mark, your age? You're gonna have to unmute, Mark. That invite on your screen with the little OK. It'll unmute you.
Hey, good morning.
But normally, there you go. Can I get your age, Mark?
Yeah, 57. I was on here before.
I see. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, Mark?
I mean, I believe in traditional Lakota.
Traditional Lakota beliefs.
Yeah, it's Native American.
Yeah. Do you believe that that you're is it a divine creator? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Do you believe that creator actually exists and created all that is?
No, I don't, because it's the unknown.
I see. So for you, it's not that you believe there is a God creator, but that there is just something unknown that is...
Yeah, I believe that there's a higher power. I mean, but it's one of those things, if you don't mind, I have an open mind about everything, you know? If that makes any sense.
It does make sense to a degree, Mark, but I wonder if there's such a thing as too open.
Well, yeah,
If
I
mind
agree with
can be
that
so
too.
open that the things that are unwanted or unhelpful come in.
Yeah. I mean,
or perhaps even the things that are helpful fall out.
Yeah. I see a lot of things in the world and I just question it. You know, because you have all these different belief systems and I just wonder, you know, why certain things are allowed to happen when, you know, it talks about in certain beliefs that, you know, this higher power will, you know, intervene. It's happening, you know? So it makes me question, is there really something beyond this?
Is this a belief you were raised in?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've done the Christian thing. I went to, you know, church and had, my grandfather was a minister. I went to Catholic school, you know, I was brainwashed by them. Um, and then I went back to my roots and, which is, you know, traditional Lakota, but still, I mean, just life itself, it makes me question, you know, I'm 57 years old and I see things that happen in the world and it's like, well, why are all these things happening when supposedly all these higher powers are in existence, but yet the world is the way it is? If that makes any sense.
It does. I can relate with that. I experienced that. I would file that under theodicy.
I mean, you know, if and then I'm not trying to bash. I mean, I'm just trying to be open-minded and be honest here.
It's okay, Mark. If you're sharing things that you question, go for it.
You know, let's talk about the Bible here. You know,
well, do you believe in the Bible?
No, I don't believe in the Bible, but I'm trying to make a point here, sir. Is that you know, the Bible talks about, you know, we're supposed to have faith in this, you know, in Christ, and He's supposed to protect us and provide for us and all these other things, and we're supposed to live this strict lifestyle. And yeah, we're, you know, and it says, yeah, we're human, but we're born into sin. Okay, that's all good and dandy, but why is all this evil? You know, they talk about the existence of Lucifer, and this is supposed to be his world and all this. But, you know, if you're a Christian and you're saved, supposedly, that, you know, Christ is supposed to protect you and all this other stuff, but still, you got all this evil shit that's going on in the world. So, my question is, do these deities really exist? I don't think so. I think it's just a man-made religion to empower control, to instill fear.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that that is only true of Christianity, or is that true of other practices as well?
I believe it. I believe it does. I believe it does exist in other religions. It's a way of enslaving the mind, and it starts at a young age.
Do you think there's any reason, Mark, to believe that any actual gods exist?
I don't know what exists beyond this, to be honest with you. I don't even know how I got here. All I know is that I was impregnated by, you know, through my mom, and I was brought onto this earth.
I think I'm understanding. You have traditional practices that you think are important to uphold, but you don't necessarily believe that the deities, even in that, exist. You think the ones for Christianity and other world religions are likely just there for control. And So you question even the existence of any god?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I do. I mean, do we actually know how we come into this world besides the womb of our mothers? Except what's being read by man.
Mm-hmm.
Do we actually know? Do we actually know that there's a power beyond this? Do we even know for a fact, as a living human, know for a fact that there is a world beyond this, except what's being written through the imagination of man? You can take any author and you can, if you're an author and you have that ability to envision something and put it down on paper and write a book, and people read that because they're interested, because they're curious, but the question still remains, does that really exist, or is that just the imagination of a person who put it down on the paper?
Yeah, I don't know, Mark.
I mean, it's logical, ain't it? Ain't that logical thinking?
I'm not here to tell you that it's not. I would
I want your
question.
perspective on that. I would like to hear your perspective on it.
I understand, Mark. I do my best during most of the live to not overlay my perspective too much, because it's not about what I believe. It's about seeing if the guests can question their beliefs. But I do want to reassure you that you're not alone in thinking the way that you're thinking and questioning the way that you do. I will.
Do you have an atheist? Do you have an atheist perspective on everything as far as the world?
Well, again, Mark, I put up question the questioner when it's time to question me, and it's not up right now. But I don't know if an atheist perspective is accurate to say applies to anything other than God's, right? Because that's just an answer to do you believe in a God?
Okay, yeah, I get you. Okay, I see it. I see where you're coming from.
Right. Like a vegan perspective isn't necessarily going to give me a whole lot of information about, school curriculums or tax incentives. It's just kind of not related to everything. Atheism's just kind of one question, right?
Right, I get you. I just think that the world is just a world that exists, and I don't know how it came to be, but I know that it's here, and I know that I live in the here and now, and I see a lot of things that a lot of people don't see because their minds just, I don't know where their head's at, but anyways, I just see a lot of crazy shit. Huh?
What about where your head is at and your beliefs? So I'm hearing that you can question your beliefs. It's sounding like you're perfectly capable of questioning the beliefs that other people present you. Are you capable of questioning the assumptions that you already hold?
Yeah, I pretty much do, because I've seen and I've interacted and I've talked with people of different religions and different beliefs, and I'm like, okay, why? That's one of my questions. What led you to believe in that way? Was it because you were brought into this when you were young? And believe it or not, a lot of people, like myself, for an example, I can only use myself as an example to as far as when I'm talking to people. You know, I started out in Christianity when I was going. You know, I started going to church when I was very young, and it was kind of forced on me. And you know that makes me angry because I didn't have no attachment to it. I didn't feel like I needed to be there. You know, I'd rather be off doing other things instead of sitting in a church, you know, listening to somebody talk and listen to them give a sermon on their perspective of it, you know. And
Mark, it's sounding like you can question your beliefs, but I'm also hearing a few other things in there that I'd rather not question right now. I wonder if anybody else does have a question before we move on, because I do want to bring up a guest with a belief and see if they can question.
okay, I'll get out.
Anybody else does have a question before we move on, because I do want to bring up a guest with a belief.
Okay, I'll get out.
Liz or Kat had a question for you.
I have no questions at this time.
What, I have a question. What led you down this path of your thinking?
Just reading the body language, you know, whether it be another, you know, something completely different. It's like a Christian going into a church saying, praise the Lord, hallelujah, and then coming out and it's like a flipping of the switch of a light and they're completely different. So that made me question it. Okay, if you're believing in this system, you know, or this way of life, then why are you acting one way? These, you know, these people, then when you're often away from this, then you're a completely different person. You know, to me, it
So
was
is it fair to
contradictory.
say that you're disenchanted with the hypocrisy that you see in the world?
Yeah, I am. I'm pissed off. I really am. Because I've seen bad people become good people, and it wasn't religion that drew them to be the complete opposite of what they were. It's the fact that they got tired and people being, you know, being there helping them and coaching them and saying, you know what, you can be something better than this. But they didn't, but it wasn't sitting down or reading the Bible or attaching themselves to a higher power. It was the will for them to change and to live life the way life was, you know, the way they wanted to live their life. But it had nothing to do with religion.
I don't have any other questions.
I know I'm not very good at talking. I'm not very good at explaining myself,
You're
but
doing fine, Mark. You did just fine. You answered.
I'm right there with you. To be like, just to be clear, like I'm right there with you.
Yeah,
I get it.
I think the reason she stopped questioning is because she agrees and doesn't have any further questions, not because you did anything wrong, Mark. But I appreciate you coming up. I do. You've done well. I really appreciate you answering the question and honestly, and I hope that you keep asking questions.
thank you. You guys have a good day.
You too, Mark.
You too.
Big W's in the chat.
That was like, they're very like they seem very like self-aware. They may not be like as articulate as some other people, but they're like light years ahead of some, and I get.
I agree.
Not. It's different. It's not your traditional, I'm going to worship the god because it has certain qualities or whatnot. In the faith I follow, deities are not necessarily supposed to be called upon. They are.
What is a deity?
The forces of nature. They are nature itself. Certain deities.
Do you hold to a particular animist tradition?
Slavic
animism.
Yes.
Do your deities have names?
Would you like me to list them all?
Just the primary. Is there a father?
That would go to Svarog. Svarog. He in of himself is you could say, is the creator. But again, it is more so the
Is there a story, a lore, where I can find about the divine smith Svarog?
You could probably find some. As it was primarily an oral tradition, there are multiple. There's the egg myth, there is the smith.
So, do you believe this story to be true and literal?
If I took it to be true, then there would be no questioning. There is, in certain faiths, and I'm even going to point to Christianity because it's fallen far from the oral traditions. It's been landlocked, if you will. But the different myths are dependent on who's saying it. Like, I could tell you that Svarog created it with an anvil, and you might turn around and tell your kids or tell your family that it was born out of a shell.
That's a different deity.
Might be. Again, I don't have...
Or Rod. I'm sorry, I think Rod, the Slavic.
Rod
God.
is the... is like...
Rod
to
is
my
considered the god of
knowledge, Rod is the ancestor and progenitor. He is the act of ancestry. The ancestor cult in the Slavic faith was highly attested to. As questioning gods is one thing.
I just meant he emerged from an egg, didn't he?
Yeah. You'd be right.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not.
Rod emerging from the cosmic egg.
Mm-hmm.
The cosmic egg myth, and again, I don't have notes in front of me, and I have yet to get my...
Sorry.
I read a poem like a year ago about Rod emerging from the cosmic egg. I don't remember what it was.
I would appreciate, if you do happen to remember, I would love to read it.
If I might.
Yes.
Are you aware of a conflicting creation story within Slavic mythos?
Slavic mythos was widespread.
I think he was kind of alluding to that, actually, that the different... I'm sorry to cut you off there, Brandon, but you were saying that different traditions might have a slightly different variance and different stories.
It varied dependent on the tribe. Locking a faith in dogma, and this is the canon, this is the truth, leads to, honestly, a major disconnect. You should be allowed to question the gods. You should be allowed to act within hubris.
What is the contradiction you're aware of, Morgan? I'm curious.
So, to my knowledge, there are two different creation stories within Slavic mythos. There is Svarog, born of the egg, cosmic tree, and cosmic egg, etc.
Yep.
But there's also a story of a god of light and a god of darkness.
Belobog and Chernobog.
Yes.
The issue with Belobog is... I'm sorry.
Let Morgan finish.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But also with the... basically, the fight between the two of them is what created the world. And while Belobog and Chernobog are also the names used in this particular version of the story, Rod and Veles, also just God and the Devil, have also been used in those stories as well.
That is a big red flag.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to Belobog, there aren't hardly any, like, Chernobog, there is one source that I know of for sure. That was the, what was it? The Primary Chronicles of the Kievan Rus. It was named once. And so Belobog would happen, like, from my knowledge, okay, I'm not an expert yet. But Belobog would have to be either a Christianization or a reconstruction. And because of the Christianization of the Slavs, their folklore, or even Veles, who was demonized, turned into, as you said, the devil.
Beautiful. I have no further questions.
We have lost a lot.
Have you ever looked in to see which story is older?
No. I believe the oldest known source, I want to say, was by Ibn Fadlan, but I could be mistaken. I know it would have to be like in the North Polish area. There, right now, I'm trying to dig into the many folklores to see where everything stands when talking about the Slavic faith. Because, as I've said before, right, I'm Polish by paternal blood.
Oh, you too?
Yes, ma'am. And so, to get closer to my ancestors, I am learning Polish. And I also perform small little rituals.
I like this one.
He's got to ask more questions. He's
Okay.
making a lot of assumptions.
What, me?
I'm just kidding.
I mean...
But there are some questions you should be asking, like which is the oldest? Does it matter to you which of these stories is the oldest?
It does not. Because at this point, because of how much we've lost, we are grasping at straws. We can see within the faith, there are those who attest to reading as many of the sources as possible. Like if you are West Slavic, right, you want to look for like West Slavic, what's it called? The Slavic sources. And depending on the age, depending on when it was written, it may or may not have as much of a claim, I guess. That's not the right word, but it's the word I'm going to use. Anyways, I'm going to try to recenter. So from what I know more about the East Slavic way more than the West Slavic way. I am struggling to find sources, and the issue, the main reason I question...
Why does it matter so much?
Because it is a highly personal, familial-centered faith.
Mm-hmm.
And if
it's a familial-centered faith, and your family hasn't centered it, then is it really worth reviving?
I would say yes. Tradition starts with now. Stories start with now.
If it's a tradition that you're starting now, is it really faithful to what it was, or is it just a reconstruction for you to?
That's all we can do. All we can do is reconstruct from what we have.
Does it matter if what is reconstructed if what is finished bears any resemblance to what was?
We have no way of knowing.
You say we have no way of knowing, but assuming that we could find some way in the future, does it matter if when we compare the two,
at that point
they
it
are
would.
different?
At that point, I will attest to what is claimed. Like, even if someone found some way to dig up urns or show certain ways that the ancestors have worked, you could say, then these would definitely be worth taking an interest in. But if you're stopping everything in your power to change everything that you've learned just because of one minor thing, sure, that's a lot of work. But if along the way you're building a tradition that even resembles what was and what will be, then go for it.
Why does it matter? Why is it so important to revive and reconstruct what was if it fell to time? Could it not mean that it
because truly,
could it not mean that it was meant to fall? That it was
You mind if I counter that? If you say it was lost to time, if you say it was meant to fall, what makes it wrong for it to come back?
I'm not
What if
saying
now is the
anything
time to
makes
come
it
back?
wrong. So I'm not saying anything makes it wrong, but you're avoiding my question.
Repeat.
What makes it worthy to revive? What is the purpose of reviving this?
Do you want an answer? The only answer I can wholeheartedly provide is my own.
That's the point.
Because the ancestors work in many, many ways.
Jesus works in mysterious ways.
Let me
Why do you
finish.
sound like them?
Because I was born and raised in a Christian nation. And also, I'm having issues actually piecing together my full thought. I just got off work. I apologize. Anyways, if I can recall correctly, reincarnation is also one of the many instances in the Slavic faith.
What do you mean one of the many instances?
There's a lot that is shared across the European landscape. And like house spirits in of themselves. If I can recall, it's said that when a person reincarnates, they could be a tree, they could be a fly, they could be any piece of nature. That is why you treat the world around you with respect. Because you could be dishonoring a family member. You could be dishonoring a chief, a warrior.
What part of Slavic culture suggests that there is rebirth? Are you talking about ancestral return? The rites involving placentas?
I have not seen hide no hair of that. I'd like to. That'd be interesting.
What would make you think that would be true?
Because me as myself already view nature as sacred. And the thought of reincarnation has always been a big point in my life. I don't know if it's true, but I choose to believe it. I am not going to outright treat somebody.
So you begin with the assumption that there could be truth to it.
There could be. But if I were to...
Why would you begin with that assumption?
I didn't...
We're hearing all the background noise.
I'm sorry. I'm keeping busy. How can I put this?
Is this about some kind of identity, personal identity, that you want to adopt? Or is this something that you feel obligated to carry on?
Both, actually.
How can you be obligated to carry it on if it was not carried on to you?
That is exactly why I wish to carry it on. I choose to relight the torch, to teach.
Wouldn't it make sense to research it fully before declaring yourself to be a believer of the traditions you have not researched?
Trust me, if I had the funds, I would have researched it in depth.
Do you think that it would take funds to even find the little bit that I've been able to glean?
What you've seen, I have also seen. It's just been a minute. I've been at this for 3 years.
So you've heard of the ancestral return rituals?
Glimpses. I'm definitely going to end up looking into it.
Have you read the Chronicle?
The Prodigal?
The Chronicle. Chronicle of Vicenti Kedlubik.
Can you spell that?
I'll type it out. Hold on. I just sent it in the chat.
The Chronicle of Vicenti Kedlubik. Have you read this?
Mm-hmm.
Have you read this?
Yes.
Do you care sharing? Just a glimpse or glimmer?
I would just recommend looking into the book for more research into the idea of reincarnation within the faith.
I appreciate it. Right now, one of my buddies told me to get the Mythology, or what was it? Mythology Slovian by Alexander Giersztor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's completely in Polish. I was using that as a gauge to see how far in the language that I've gotten, and I still feel like I'm at square one. I also believe that the sooner I do pick up Polish, I could read the Polish sources, or read the sources in Polish.
And when we're talking about the sources in Polish, when would those have been published?
I have no idea. I would have to jump back into it tomorrow.
If the earliest sources that you could find would date back to what,
I
maybe
think the
late
earliest.
1700s, early
No,
1800s.
the earliest sources I believe are 13th or 12th century. Like, I can't really recall when the Chronicles of Kievan Rus were published, but I know it was around that time.
Okay, 13th century, you're right.
We also have sources from the, what do you say, 17th, 18th, right? But
Hmm. So if these are the earliest sources, the 13th century, what is this telling you about the truth of what your ancestors would have practiced? Is that as far back as you're trying to revive as the 13th century understandings?
there's no, without, the Slavs were illiterate before Christianization. If that's as far as we can go, that's as far as we will go.
What's the significance of going back to that period?
Understanding.
Understanding what?
Just understanding how it worked, why it worked, how it was viewed, why it was viewed.
Interesting. How it worked, why it worked, not if it worked.
Yeah.
Why not if?
Because back within that time period, how do I put this? The gods, the ancestors, had their place. They were within the community. I can
That's not
remember.
answering why you wouldn't wonder if it worked. Really quickly, though, I'm going to speak past you, and it's not to be rude. I do need to make sure that I thank Heather's Descent, Shell, and Keep Up's Cat to Witch, and Bridget B for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you.
I'll tell you what. I'll be back after I find what I'm looking for, which I have a lot, but I have a lot that I can read.
The question, Brainless One,
Yes.
is not how fervent or how virulent you can become in this faith, but how much you can question it. And I hope you come back with more questions as well.
I have a lot.
I hope you take care.
You
I'm
as
going to
well.
go ahead and, yep. Go ahead and set him down. It went better than it could have gone. And I think there's questions still. I think there's still some questions that, not that I need to ask, that he needs to ask.
Like, I had questions.
I know. It sounded like he was ready to go, so.
Oh, I get that. I didn't want to rain on the questioners parade.
I can already tell who I'm not interested in bringing up at all. So thank you for raising your hand in chat and letting me know that I'm not interested in talking to you. Now I know.
Like, I
Hello.
want. Oh, is that a kid?
I'm not a kid.
I think it's somebody pretending to be.
Literal child, but all right.
That sounded like that totally sounded like a kid.
Yeah, I
Sounds
assume they're
meaningful.
pretending to be for the effect of trying to get the life taken out, so they won't succeed because they're just pretending. Pretending because of that. I see. I don't know if they were pretending to be Russian. I just think they were pretending to be a child.
At least that's the hope.
Like, I had a question about the Polish book guy.
Yeah.
What's up?
Like, what? Like, my question would have been like, where are these like gods that you're claiming? Like, how are they interacting with you?
Valid. Maybe we can ask him that if he comes back.
Like, how are you interacting with them?
Yeah. The only one I have in the queue is the, oh wait, no, there's the other brainless one. The one called brainless one, not the one acting like a brainless one.
I just
welcome back.
Sorry.
And this is the
Anyways.
Polish. This is the guy that we were just talking to, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Liz had
Did you hear my question?
I did hear the question.
How are you interacting with these gods?
You don't. Like, there are times in which you do, right? Like, say, I can't recall the source, but the Slavic raid, they hoisted it might have been an altar, right, upon the sand, upon the soil, raided, they left some of their stuff upon said altar and went back home to honor Perun, to thank them for their spoils. Again, don't quote me on it. I'll have to look at it again. But from my understanding, you do not call upon the gods at all. Right? The best way I could describe it is, how do I put it? Perun is as vast as the sky. Right? He is the thunder in the clouds. He is power. He is might. He is all watching, which grants him the title of Oath Keeper. If you make an oath upon the oak,
What
you
oak?
are duty bound to keep it.
There's an oak.
That would be Perun's sacred tree.
Where's the tree?
I have no idea. Just an oak.
She's like, gotta make sure you're not making oaths on random trees because it might be the tree.
If you make an oath upon a willow, apparently. Again.
Just any willow. Will any willow do?
Stop.
More questions.
Did it just catch up?
The gods are imminent. They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Okay, I was gonna ask. That was gonna be like my next question. Like, where are they? Do they have like, do these gods that you're like referring to, are they like kind of like Odin? Like they have like a Mount Olympus type place, or like a place where they go, like Valhalla, or like is there like a place that they dwell?
Yes and no. The world is split into three parts. Prav be the realm of the gods. Yav be our material realm. And then Nav, which would be the realm of the dead.
Oh no, this confirms Magnus's theory.
It's the snowman.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey Thrayle, do you wanna build a snowman?
Oh my.
So sorry, I did not mean to interrupt.
And Chernabog, right? Darkness, evil, malevolent spirit. Does that all check out?
With Chernobog.
The Black God. Then, yeah.
You believe that those gods exist? Necessarily.
So, I'm gonna be real. I am an agnostic theist. I will not outright claim they exist. But I see their domains everywhere. Like Dazbog is the sun god, and he's also the giving god.
What does that mean, you see their domains?
Let me explain.
They have attributes that people have said are theirs, and when you see those things, you say, look, there's the sun, so that must be
So the way I
the
can
aspect of that god.
The way I can describe it is they are the spirits of. So you would know of the Domovoy? Yes.
Of who?
The Domovoy?
House spirits.
House spirits.
Okay.
In your domain, in your house, the spirit of the house would be your Domovoy. There's a female spirit as well.
What is this spirit?
Excellent question. It is the...
You're getting muffled again, Brainless.
Yeah, I can't hear you at all. What is this spirit?
Trying to word this without sounding stupid.
You were getting muffled. We couldn't hear your response. But...
I'm trying to think of this so I don't sound stupid.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, take your time. Take a moment.
So, as I've stated, okay, the best way I could describe spirit would be what's it called? You mind if I go on a little tangent? Hope it.
Before you do go on any tangents at all, the question's still just kind of lingering in the air, just so we don't lose
the
it.
tangent will hopefully answer the question.
Right. The question, just so we don't lose it, I want to make sure it stays, is what the fuck is spirit? And so while you figure out how to bring your tangent to that, I'm just going to thank everybody for tapping the screen up to 99,000 likes. We're almost to 100K. You guys are amazing. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. What's your tangent that leads to what spirit is?
So, I've been thinking about this upon the extreme. What is a god? Why is it gods in of themselves were worshipped? Why were they venerated? So, I've begun to think about it. Why is Dazbog called the giving god? Well, he is the spirit of the sun. The sun itself gives us warmth, gives us light, feeds our plants, gives us crops. And so, upon Slavic tradition, I believe, primarily Ukraine, the last chaff of wheat was brought in for the last harvest. I can't remember if it was for his honor or somebody else's, but it was more or less a thank you. Thank you for giving us nourishment. So, to boil it down, the spirit serves a purpose. It is the explanation of the purpose. In a house, you take care of your kindred. You take care of your loved ones. You feed them, you watch them grow. And so because of the house itself allowing you to do this, you would then, again, I think, small pile of salt, a little bit of honey.
I have no idea what the salt and honey is doing here. But
It's
what does that
awesome.
have to do with what a spirit is?
That I thought I explained it.
So the spirit is the thing that you're saying thank you to when people provided you things.
Yeah, pretty much.
So people provided you things, and instead of thanking them, you thank something else and call it spirit. That's what spirit is.
No.
Oh, well,
If
then what
someone
is
is giving
spirit?
you something, then in the act of reciprocity, you would thank them. Same thing with your house.
So
Same thing
yeah,
with
if
the God.
somebody was going to give me something, I, as an act of reciprocity, would thank them. Why would I thank a spirit? What is spirits?
You know, it's kind of hard explaining what a spirit is when you've been constantly showed never given a proper definition.
So then why would you assume that there's something there called a spirit if you don't know what it is?
Because that is the animistic attribute.
You said that with a question mark.
I did. Well, I said attribute question mark. Because again, I'm trying to find the right words.
Do you find it hard to articulate your belief system?
In all honesty, I do. It's not every day I get to share this passion with other people.
Why do you think it's hard to articulate it?
Because I'm no good with words. I can take in information, but I cannot expel correctly, no matter how well I try. If I could tell you words on a page, then I would.
Is the lack of words exclusive to you?
It is.
Hmm?
It is.
Are you sure?
Yes. I know a podcast I watch, Searching for the Slavic Soul, if you've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
She can articulate it pretty well. She's also a bookworm, something I have no time to be.
Do you think the words Slavic paganism uses, like when they describe gods, do you think the words used are limited in any way?
How so?
In any sense of the word?
That could definitely be my issue. I don't. I think if someone... That's a very good question. You're asking if the word Slavic paganism or someone who claims to be a Slavic pagan?
Neither. I'm saying that, like you were saying, the gods are in the thunder and the storm and they are the sun and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think there was any limitation when this faith was incited or created or recorded even?
I still haven't found that answer. I went all the way back to the Yamnaya.
So,
And I'm
if am I
still,
understanding correctly that you're saying you don't know if there were descriptive limitations of the time?
well, there had to have been in order to be given a name, right? Given the amount of folklore that is present, there'd have to be some form of limitation, or else you'd be left with, if I'm understanding the question correctly, an all-powerful, all-enduring deity.
Who bears that limitation then?
Definitely the people.
Why?
Personifications. That's the word I was looking for.
Hmm.
Spirits are the personifications of meaning.
I'm sorry, they're the personification of what?
Meaning, of definition, of what the object does.
So the spirit is the personification of the definition of something.
You're right, that does sound kind of dumb. But it hits the nail on the head somewhat.
You said a specific phrase. It's a personification of what it does.
Yeah. Yes.
Why would there be a personification? Why would you need to personify and humanize everything?
Because looking at modern day, everything else is personified somewhat. Like phones, computers, elsewise, every time you open up a screen, you see a face. You don't know the face. But these personifications could have just been folklore, story, that evolved into myth. Like I was talking about the Yamnaya culture a while back. Not a while back. The Yamnaya, in which these are all theoretical deities of reconstructed language matching comparable mythology. That's what it's called.
Comparative mythology.
Thank you. If everything is doled back, then we might be able to trace back the origin of deity. But saying that tradition, even for Christians, it goes way back farther than what we've known. It could go like all the way back to Africa. What, 10,000 years ago? 100,000 years ago?
Are you saying that somewhere in the traditions of ancestors of animism might be the origins of deity, and in that we might actually understand something that is divine? Is that what you're...
If it's to gain understanding, then yes. Because...
Do you think that we will actually gain understanding of some outward entity that is divine?
That would often depend on your definition of deity. Because to answer your question,
I
yes.
feel like we chased this tail like an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that tail's already been chewed off. Okay. Any more questions? We're gonna have to get back to this.
No, I don't have any other questions at this time.
Do you have any more questions, Liz? Unless Liz.
I mean, I have lots of questions, but
Okay. Again, I'm out of time.
I don't know how long you want to go down this road.
I'm always open to question.
Like, are you aware of like your ancestors, like historical context? Like what they knew at their time, like how superstitious they were and stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. Take the Leshy, for example. You go into the forest, you don't leave your offering. It might be mauled by a bear, a wolf, a cougar.
Right. Lots of superstition.
You go out in the fog.
So my question would be like, why would you ground your belief system in your ancestors when their superstition doesn't necessarily comport with your reality of what you know about the world? Because you're evolved, correct? Like past like their time period. Like you have knowledge that they don't.
Yes.
So why would you submit yourself to their superstitions when they weren't informed about the realities that you know today?
Because I am a very superstitious person. I will admit.
Like why though? Like why are you superstitious? Like what is like what that doesn't make any sense. Just because? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Death is very important to me.
Death?
Death. Like to answer your question, death.
You're scared of death.
I'm not scared of death. If life is sacred, so
Why is death so important to you?
Because I too will die.
And why does that concern you?
Because I've lived my life in anxiety over the singular death. I've been scared of dying my whole life. I had to face that fear and ground myself in something I know is strong. I'm not saying the faith is, but I am saying myself. And what I can accomplish with the tools I have. And if faith is a tool that I can use, then I will use it.
Why would you put your faith in this though? Like when you have more information, you have more information than your supposed ancestors.
Because in my eyes, we weren't supposed to stop.
Did I generate any more questions, Thrayle, or like?
Oh yeah. No, I got it now. Why?
Morgan's. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can.
Hell yeah.
Wait, that was the answer you were looking for?
That was the answer. I just want a whimsy. That's it. But no. Why what is the importance of continuing the tradition?
Grounding. In my life as a Christian, later agnostic, to atheist, to the what ifs, back to agnostic, it's grounding. I spent most of my time free floating. So finding something that I could center myself in, align myself with.
What does it ground, though? I guess is
I guess is discomfort with atheism, correct? You're just uncomfortable with atheism. Like it doesn't feel like you're just scared of atheism.
No, I'm not scared of atheism. It just doesn't feel like me. So right, you're on the nail.
Would you say it just doesn't accurately describe your belief framework?
Come again?
Would you say that atheism as a descriptor just does not fit your belief framework?
No. To see every tree, every mountain breathe, the wind to the dirt.
I'm not sure what question you're answering. Hold
I'm-
on.
It's sounding like a sermon or a poem.
No, it's me. It's entirely me. Seeing all these things, atheism wouldn't fit.
Why not? Why does seeing things make atheism not fit?
Because they're more than just seeing things. It is being within those moments.
What does that do for you? Oop. Actually, I want you to answer Thrayle's question first.
What's the question?
What does atheism mean?
Isn't it the... Let me see if I can... The disbelief of any god or gods. Not the disbelief, it is the...
I think you're about to incorrect yourself. Don't do it. Stop there. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's just not me.
Fair enough. So, if you're saying it's just not you, then why is it that you need a god? What is it?
Because I don't need the gods. The gods don't need me. If that were the case, then they would have continued worship way after Christianization.
Does the existence or non-existence of these deities matter to your practice at all?
No.
Sorry, was that a no?
That was a no. I couldn't care less.
What
person
part?
made- I'm sorry.
What part of your practice, if it were removed, would collapse it?
I like that question.
Thanks. I just came up with it.
Yeah, think of it as like a Jenga tower.
It's a
like
very
what piece
on
of
the nose,
what piece
though.
of the Jenga tower would the if you removed would it like make it fall?
I want to say the forgetting of family. In of itself, all the way back to grandparents, to my grandparents' grandparents, whom I have no contact, no recollection. It would be the absence of. Without my family, my current, to non-exist, the act of lighting a candle, pouring a glass of whiskey is what I've been doing. A little shot. Saying, I hope you're well. have a drink, take off the candle. That would... The ritual acts as an emphasis for remembrance. And if I ever forgot the faces of my grandparents, the faces of my parents' grandparents, it would collapse. Every hardship that I've ever been through, every nook, every cranny, everything that is my being, it would shatter in an instant. I wouldn't care anymore.
Okay, but that wasn't really the question. I mean, it was a... I'm sure it was like
exactly it, though.
But no, the question was, what piece, if removed, would make your belief collapse? You're telling us now that your belief is this belief that is currently being formed by research that you have not completed, that this belief is so intertwined in your identity that it would crumble the very nature of who you are and who you see your family and ancestors as being.
I'm not done studying.
It's extremely dramatic.
Yeah, that about sums it up. But I am not done
Do you
studying.
think maybe you've potentially invested a little too much of your own identity and your own self-worth into a belief that you still can't clearly express?
There's so much to express. I would not say that I have invested too much. I would say that I haven't invested enough.
You say that you haven't invested enough of your personality and who you are into this belief system yet. And yet, you don't have a clear framework or full understanding of the origins or the meanings of these things, and yet it is who you are.
Yes.
Is it not? I mean, is it not less who you are and more who you are wanting to be, who you are striving to be, some ideal of what it is that you think you'd like to see yourself as?
No, you're... Yep.
If it is an idyllic sort of attitude towards what you would like, towards what you would want to be, then wouldn't it make sense to fully flesh out, to understand, to dive as deep as possible into understanding it before committing any part of who you are to it, of your identity?
As the research in of itself is my identity. If I had the choice to go nose deep into as much literature as possible, I would be learning as much as I can and adapting as much as I can.
Why? Why adapting as much as you can? Why doing that before verifying that it actually is true and worthy?
Worth is only judged based on the person.
That doesn't answer the question.
I judge it worthy. What was the first part?
Why do you judge it worthy?
Because it is, as you said, it is what I aspire to be. It is exactly the practice of.
But you don't even know. But you don't even know what that is yet. You're just saying it is what you aspire to be because it is who your grandparents were or where you come from. What does that have to do with who you aspire to be? How do you know that's even the same thing?
I don't know many things. All I know is I am here and I am now. No, I'm here now. Yes, that one. All I can do is become the best version of me that I possibly can be.
Why does that version necessarily have to be entwined in Slavic folklore?
Because folklore wasn't meant to be taken literally.
That doesn't answer the question.
That doesn't really comport with reality that you're displaying either.
No, you're right.
Is it early or late?
It's late.
I appreciate you being here. I do. I think you have answered a lot of these questions openly and honestly and respectfully. I think the more we pry from this point forward, it's likely defenses will come up. I appreciate you, and I hope that you come back another time and we get to ask you more questions. I hope you keep asking questions. Take care.
I guess.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I have to step away for just a moment, but this would be a great time if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that to go ahead and request on up. I'll still bring you up. Morgan could introduce you, or Liz could, and I'll be back before you could even let us know if you even have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that.
Any takers? Anyone at all? Here, fishy, fishy, fishy.
Like, what did you think of that last guy?
Sorry, I was letting my dogs out. I think there's heading in the right direction, but there needs to be a lot more research done.
Like, I get the fear of ambiguity.
So, I mean, I think his and my belief frameworks are similar, but not exactly the same. And I think where he and I differ is like I have no, like, the ambiguity is just where I exist, because I don't know. I might be able to know, but I don't. So why would I make any kind of truth claim or assertion when I don't have any information?
Like, are you pagan or?
So the words that I've found to most accurately describe my belief system is non-theistic metatheism grounded in religious naturalism. But it's not in the sense that my belief framework does not require a literal God to exist to function.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
As an atheist, yeah, me neither.
Well, so and that's why the previous guest, I have a lot of similar sentiments to him, but like I don't view nature as a deity or as a something that has agency or like any kind of power over my life or my reality. I do, however, see, like, I still get like an awe feeling when I, experience nature and look at nature and learn more about nature and how it like functions and exists. And I can also see the relation of, knowledge of the time. Well, yeah, of course, this is the god, Thor. Like, Thor is the thunder. And like we have never progressed past a better descriptive like language for that when it comes to faith and spirituality and like answering questions that we don't have an answer for. I feel like I'm rambling at this point.
I think it's all fascinating.
I mean, by all means,
I got
feel free
my
to ask
degree
me
in biblical.
questions.
Yeah, I got my degree in biblical studies, girl. So it's like, I love like theology and like talking about this type of stuff.
Yeah, especially for me, like religious anthropology, just anthropology in general is a fascinating fucking topic for me.
All of it's fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yet I'm an atheist.
Isn't that so silly how that ends up happening? And so like for a while, like I thought I was an atheist, but like it didn't similar, and that's why I asked him. I was like, does it just feel like atheist doesn't accurately describe your beliefs? And that's why I drifted away from describing myself as an atheist, because my belief system it's not affected whether or not God exists, God doesn't exist, and I don't have proof either way to lean any particular way. So it's not even a factor that I calculate.
See that like awe that we experience.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's like the eye of the beholder type thing.
Oh, definitely.
Like everybody sees beauty different.
Sure.
Yeah, everybody sees beauty differently.
Everybody has a different concept of beauty.
Exactly.
Everybody has a different concept of love. Yeah.
And so I feel like that wonder is different for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's just a part of just navigating reality and just
right. That's what I think belief realistically is that it's a tool that humans use to exist
Fill in the
within a
gaps.
reality, right? To exist within a reality that has universal unknowns, and that's it. That's all it ever has been. That's all it ever is. But I also like the whimsy of lighting candles and being a witch. So,
I mean, it's fun. I love Halloween.
right. Well, and so another one that Thrayle likes to rag on me for is my participation in divinatory arts, so like tarot or runes and stuff like that. But I've never used it as a predictive tool. I use it as a tool to like look at maybe a perspective that I wouldn't have thought of based on the meaning of the cards, if that makes sense. Looking at it from that angle and being like, is that no, that doesn't make sense, and then moving on. Sometimes that like kicks my thinking process forward.
I mean, I guess I used to look for like, I was like, I'm autistic, so like
Same, dog.
Yeah. Like I see patterns in like fucking like spackle.
Uh-huh.
I used to like stare at like the ceiling and see like,
I would say, did you ever count the holes in the ceiling?
Yes. Like I would see like faces in like spackle, like on the ceiling. Like I would just stare at
and
it
that's another thing
and just
too,
like
is
see the
just, like,
patterns. I would just see the patterns.
The patterns in the clouds and seeing like
It is
faces
just
in
chaos.
trees and stuff like that. And that's really what anchored me to the whole like naturalism part of it.
But it's chaos.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just inventing those images with my brain.
Your brain's just making it up.
Yes.
But it's fun.
So when I point that shit out to people, they're like, what the fuck? This guy don't see shit.
That's always been a big struggle for me too, because like I'll see patterns, but then I won't be able to articulate it well enough. Because I'm autistic, I'm very precise about the words that I choose, because I want to not only be accurate, I also like want it to be like legible. And so in trying to maintain the like integrity of my concept, but then trying to translate it to a layperson, just I get so fucked up.
Have you seen the shit? Oh my gosh, it's that comedian. His
I know a
name
lot of
just
comedians.
his name just escaped. Oh my god, he's been in so much shit. Like he's oh my god, it's gonna drive me nuts. Would you hate that? Like when you like
you'll
have somebody,
think about it tomorrow night.
when you think of the like you think of the person that you're thinking of, and then their name, like their name just like goes way out of your head.
Yup. Like you see
It's
the
like,
face, you can see like everything you've ever
yes.
been in or been involved with, and it's like,
Exactly.
nope, that name's gone. What's the name? I don't know.
Oh my god, it is just not there. I hate it when that happens. God damn it. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look this shit up.
Oakley dokley. Aggressive hammy. Are you sure, Liz?
I'm 100% sure. Like, I know who this is. Hold on a second. Oh my God, it's Bill Burr. Jesus
Bruh.
Christ. Yes.
Bruh.
You know, I'm the name just went like right out the window. Have you seen this skit though, where they're like, they do the ink blots, and then they see like Mike Kowalski, like the from like Monsters Inc.
Yes, yes, yes,
in a
yes,
thong.
yes. Oh my God,
Yeah, that's
yes.
exactly what I'm talking about.
What an interesting note.
And everybody else is like, what the fuck? It's a butterfly.
What the fuck is happening?
What an interesting
Yeah.
note for me to pivot from so that I can thank Shell and Claire, and Bubs, and Cat DeWitch. Also, Hammy. Thank you all so much for helping with the previous goal. Oh, and I think St. Mary also helped with that one, so thank you. But yeah, appreciate you all. What a great place for me to segue into thank you from. Loved it. So did anybody want to address the prompt that I thought was pertinent after part of that conversation?
I mean, it's a funny segue.
It's a search for meaning.
Like, yeah, that's like Mike Wazowski. They're like they're like go I'm like wedding lingerie.
Divination is Mike Wazowski and wedding lingerie.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's accurate.
Oh my God.
Hammy says, I know what area of the internet y'all are on. You know what's terrifying? What's terrifying is that Hammy knows what area of the internet.
How do you know, Hammy? Oh, did my dog finally come back?
Have you seen that skit that we're talking about, Thrayle?
I think I have, yes.
Yeah, it's like Bill Burr, and he's like the only one in the room, and he's like they're doing the ink blots. It's like firefighters.
I do remember that one. And if you too are questioning the purpose of existence, or this conversation, or Mike Wazowski and lingerie, or if you just question the existence of a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up if you would like to share what that belief is and why you believe it. Of course, that is if you can question it. I tried to segue. I'm trying so hard to keep us away from that, though. Because it's going to just keep us. Do we need the mental image to, like, inspire somebody to request up to help us get away from that? Oh, look, we have Aristotle in the flesh with a picture of the stone.
Sit down.
Did you mean to request up Aristotle in the flesh?
Yo, how you doing?
Doing great. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna tab her in. Here you go.
Who's her?
Hi.
Hi, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No.
No, you don't have a belief.
No.
Why not?
Because it's a fucking fictional book that then.
He's asking you if you have a belief, not if you're a Christian.
Oh. Sorry. No.
Why don't you have a belief of any kind?
I don't know. I just don't think we know until we die.
Don't think we know what?
Like anything. Like we don't know. I don't think there's anything. I believe in science. I believe what we see.
You believe in what you see. So you believe you exist.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Do you believe you exist?
Yeah.
You sound a little unsure.
No.
So you're certain that you exist?
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being the most certain
Oh,
of
I'm
your
not
could be, how certain are you that you exist?
Bro, I got.
Oh, she didn't want to answer about solipsism. I guess that was a little too much. I mean, if you didn't have a belief in a god, I was going to question something, right?
It's so bizarre that the immediate assumption is we're all theists trying to convert someone, and then the opposite also occurs. I'm so confused.
I just don't like Christian nationalism.
Right. Like
Yeah,
that.
if you're like a Christian nationalist, I want to deconstruct you.
Like gross. But other than that, like you do you, homie.
Did I miss a raid? It says slay all day.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Shadow.
Not the Crimson Chin saying you can't deny the creator.
What do you mean deny the creator?
I'm not sure a cartoon character can have that kind of opinion.
I'm not here to invalidate or dehumanize any animated characters, fictional or otherwise. However, I am going to question them, and I don't remember saying that, was it invalidating the creator? Is that what it was? I don't remember trying to do that.
Denying, that's it.
Invalidate is a big word. You're right. I don't remember denying the creator.
Nope.
I deny all creators.
Ouch.
I mean, I get that, like, wonder that you were, like, kind of talking about, but I just don't see a deity behind it all. It just doesn't make sense to me. Because if they're there, then where are they? And that's always the question that, like, nobody can answer. It's like, where are they? Whatever they are, where are they?
I mean, with the documentation of many different miracles amazing things throughout various cultures. Like why have none of those things kept happening? Why are we like what?
It's amazing, like an invention of like the internet and
Morning.
every motherfucker on the planet having a cell phone with a camera.
Looks like we have a new guest.
We do.
Good morning.
Hello, Buck. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's it called? 26?
What's it called? Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh yeah, now I have a belief, but I'm not a Christian because in reality, when I read the book, it said where in exactly did it say you had to be a Christian?
And pretty sure. Just to clarify, the book you're talking about, that would be the Bible, right?
Yes.
Do you believe the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe the Bible to be true and what's going to happen and what people are going to do who claim they believe, but then on the outside is another story. I'm sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Have you read it from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories, like the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, are those stories true?
Were those stories true? I believe so, but it's a whole different one because they try to blame Eve for everything, and it's like, no, in reality, it's Adam's fault. You should have had more, sense to say, no, we're not going to do whatever this thing tells you to do.
Oh, wow.
So you believe in like the serpent and the woman Eve, like a literal historical Eve and historical Adam, or what?
I believe that they both were existent, but they try to spin it to where it's Eve's fault.
So you believe the narrative, but it got it wrong. In other words,
yeah,
because like they just like a man. You just like you believe the overall story of like there being like a fall of man, but like Eve had nothing to do with it.
No, I believe Adam exactly had a part in that too, because you can't just go and blame the woman when in reality you should have had the guts to say, no, we're not doing this.
He should have stood up to that woman, is that what you're saying?
No, he should have stood up to whoever told her to do this, like, no, we're not going to do this.
So he should have like according to like the Jesus, like according to like the Christian worldview, you're saying like Adam should have beat Jesus to the punch and like stepped on the head of the snake. Like then
I believe he should have had
he should have just nipped it in the bud there. Like
he should have had the guts to say, no, we're not going to follow you.
Wait, didn't she brought the fruit back and said it was good? Would he have told her no, or would he have told the serpent no?
I said he should have told the serpent no, because in reality, why would you just blame a woman for everything? That doesn't make sense to me.
Was he there?
I don't think the serpent talks to Adam.
No, he talked to Eve, but Adam sort of saw right through it and said, no, we're not going to do who this person told you to do.
But you believe this story is true, you just don't think Eve is to blame.
I believe it's true, but I don't think Eve is just to blame. That's just stupid. That's just filled with let's just blame the woman for everything.
Do you believe that maybe God is to blame?
Do I believe maybe God is to blame? I say, oh no, I don't believe that.
You don't
believe Who put the tree there?
What, the tree of good and evil is what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was God.
Who put the snake there?
God didn't put the snake there.
Jinx.
Are you sure he didn't put the snake there?
Yes, I don't recall that.
Do you have the Bible handy?
What's it called? Yes, I got the tablet one.
The tablet one.
The tablet.
Yes, there's a Bible app on there you can use.
Oh, Bible app.
Is the Bible an Alka-Seltzer now? Is it a tablet?
I think he means he's got an app.
Oh, gotcha.
So, which translation do you prefer?
I prefer usually KJV.
So, if you have your KJV handy, could you
It's
open
like the worst translation. Oh,
I get why,
can't
because
with
it's just all these and thous and all.
Right.
No.
Well, I've got one handy too, and it works for these questions.
Because it doesn't draw from the earliest manuscripts, that's why.
Oh. Hey, by the way, what time are you guys do you usually stream? Because I had to get to work soon.
11 p.m. to 11 p.m. whenever I'm tired.
Usually just daily or?
Every day.
Okay. But yeah, you guys seem to have a lot of knowledge. I'll be back to conversation more after 1 o'clock.
You gotta head out now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then go ahead and give the host a follow, and we'll be here this evening around 11 Central.
And ditch the KJV. That's awful translation.
I was gonna have you pull up on your Bible here the verse where God says not to eat of the tree, right? That would be at 2:17. And if you keep reading from 2:17, Bach, when you get it pulled up later, if you want to take some time to do that, you'll read from 2:17 where he says not to eat of the tree, for on the day you do, you will surely die. He says then that it's not good for man to be alone, so he shall make him a helper, and so out of the ground he makes the animals, the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air, and then Adam names all of those animals, and then only after he can't find a helper does he make Eve. And so if the serpent made it into the garden, it did it after Adam was alone, and God created all of the beasts. Might that not be where the serpent arrives?
All right, I'll pull it up when I'm back.
Sounds like a plan, Bach. Hope that we see you again. Hope you keep asking questions.
All right, thanks for having me.
Appreciate you.
Do you think the early days with like Adam is like Rick and Morty with Fruity Land?
Oh no, don't. No. Horrible. Awful.
God says it's not good for Adam to be alone.
No. No. I hate that.
Look at what he's doing to all the Fruities.
I fucking hate that episode so much.
Oh, Trip.
That episode kills me.
Trip makes a great point, though, because it does say that there are no plants because it has not rained and there is no man. So I guess the man is required. Oh, look who's back.
Back again.
Hello, Hammy.
Howdy.
Welcome back. We also have Alex joining us. Alex, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Alex, are you with us? Alex going once. Alex going twice.
Can you hear me?
Now I hear you, Alex. Did you mean to join us?
Yes, I do, but...
Can I get your
Can you
age
hear
for
me now?
TikTok TOS? I do hear you.
I'm 30.
Do
Yeah,
you
I'm
have a
30.
belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I wanted to share with you and see
What
what you
god do
think.
you believe in?
It's not a good one, really. Is that okay? Like, I believe in something manipulating us, really. No matter how hard I think about it, it's not fair we are in this situation. Someone definitely manipulating all of us on Earth, I think. Call
You
it God,
believe
but
in
I think,
something manipulating, so a something with a mind
yeah,
that intends to
yes,
alter and change
yes,
things. Why do you believe there is
exactly.
a master manipulator?
Just because no matter in what religious logic I think about, if you are created or if you are circulating to get enlightenment, cosmic energy, or whatever the reason, it's not fair we are struggling and suffering on Earth over and over again for 10,000 years or more now. It's
What
enough.
does
I think
fairness
it's
have to do
manipulation.
with what does fairness have to do with
Because
manipulation?
uh, I think uh, we value as humans fairness. I think why I think it's not fair is if it's created for us to suffer and go in cycles for thousands of years, it's not fair. It's very unfair. I don't know why I feel that. It's not good. It's not a good person anyway who's doing that.
So you're saying that if something exists, it is not just a manipulator, but that it is a bad manipulator.
Yeah, it's hard to infer it's a manipulation or a mistake he has done, like trying to experiment something and experiment has gone wrong, or I honestly can't infer manipulation or mistake, but whatever happening is not right.
Not right according to what?
According to the humanity,
According to
maybe
all
international
humanity.
law. Yeah, let's say international law. Whatever we believe as human race, what is not fair. I mean, it's not fair to put for no reason in a suffering on cycles for another million years. We never know how many million years we will live and fight with each other, compete with each other like this, you know? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me as a human. Am I making a point, or what do you think? It's terrible feeling to me.
What about that indicates that something must be manipulating it, making it happen that way?
It's because when we look at, because I'm not inventing a new concept here, I'm depending on all the kinds of religions around the world because that enlightens us and helps think us critically, including the philosophers, Aristotle, name it. So I've considered all of that and can't find an answer, fair answer, why we are in this circle on Earth as a human race, collectively, not individually. I don't care, I will die, that's fine, but others will go on for another 10,000 years with wars, competition, politics, manipulation, suppression. It's all over the place, I think.
So what indicates that there must be something manipulating it rather than it just existing absent manipulation?
I think when we say there is no purpose, why do we care to have a purpose? Also questionable to me, because if there's no meaning, I think that's again unfair. We are given a brain that just allow us to question then. why we were given the brain in the first place then. If we are not allowed to question the purpose, why they allow us to make a meaning then?
I strangely, while I prefer to respond in question here, I am reminded of a very famous quote from a movie. It says, so he says, "Life's not fair, Highness, and anyone who says differently is selling you something."
Say it again. It's very interesting.
Life's
Thanks.
not fair,
Yeah.
Highness.
Yeah.
Or does he say princess? Either way. Princess. Life's not fair, princess. And anyone who says differently is selling you something.
Right. Always it's unfair. That's the truth.
Is it so inconceivable to you that existence just exists in a state of existence without consideration of fairness?
But why do we exist for that emptiness, lack of thought, just existence for the sake of it? Why? Because we have given a brain to ask why question, why we are shutting it down.
Who's shutting down?
By just saying that it's given to us, it's that way, we just exist, just accept that.
Well,
Let's be
given
that.
to us. Why are you saying it's given to us?
Because we didn't choose to be who we are. It's definitely given. I didn't choose that. I didn't choose where I had to born, which country, which parents. I never chose anything.
Right. Who said
None
you
of the
did?
religions explains that.
Why would any religion be right?
No, I mean, I'm not taking it as granted. I'm questioning all religions. My point is they're not explaining it. It's not fair. They don't explain that well.
Why are you expecting fairness?
Just, I think, it's the essence of human existence. That's why our brains are moral. I mean, not animals. We are different. We
I
are
think
built
it
for
should
that.
rain. I think it should rain macaroni and cheese, because it doesn't rain macaroni and cheese. It's not fair. Therefore, a malevolent God who hates macaroni and cheese must exist.
Is it circular? Sorry, I didn't get that. If I put it differently, may I?
Did you understand what I was saying?
Maybe not. If you can tell it in another way, sorry, my English.
Mm-hmm.
It's not his first language, so.
Life's not fair.
Yeah.
Because life's not fair, and I want it to be fair, then there must be a bad guy God who's a bad guy, who doesn't want fairness.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Something more than that. My point is, logically, we are having the capability, potentially, to be fair than animals, plants, rocks, moon, and the sun. I feel that so. And I can prove it. And empirically, it's just science. So
You said.
Yeah.
What was it you said you could prove? That we
have the potential to be fair.
Fair. We have the potential. Humans have the potential to be fair.
Yeah.
What does
ethics
that
and
have to
morality,
do?
basically.
What does that have to do with a a deity or a god that is malevolent or manipulative. We can be fair.
I'm not at.
How does that connect to God?
I'm not attributing it particular to one kind of a god, but I think highly likely we are created, because if there's no creator with a purpose, I can't make sense of it with the brain I have. Maybe animals don't care about it, but I'm a man, I'm a human with a brain. That's a problem.
You have a brain.
That's called God of the Gaps.
Right. You're a human, you have a brain, there's things you don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Liz.
Yes.
That, as Liz is pointing out, that's called God of the Gaps. Go ahead, Liz.
It's just a God of the Gaps argument. Like anything that you don't understand, you could just fill it with God. Like, oh, God did this. Like that's how superstition happened, especially in antiquity. Like they couldn't explain things that we can explain today with modern science
today.
And so they're just like, oh, like, I don't know how lightning happens. Therefore, it must be Thor
Yeah.
beating
I
his
think that's
hammer.
exactly what I'm questioning. Yeah,
And
that's
that's
exactly what I'm
exactly
questioning, I
like
think.
anything you don't know, you just fill with like, oh, it must be God because I can't understand it. And that's claim of like God of the Gaps. It's just like anything you don't
I think
understand,
that's,
it's got to be God.
yeah, I understand that. And exactly that's what I'm questioning. It's not fair to have an unknown and not have a good logic. I'm not attributing to God at all. What I'm saying is it's something better than logic of God. Why can't we find it? And who put us in this trouble of having unknown mystery in our brain that can never find, and we are striving for that.
That's not true. We've found all kinds of stuff. There's been all kinds of advancements in science.
Mm-hmm. And your question is assuming a God who put us in this situation is automatically assuming an entity, an agent, or some kind of being who had intention and did a thing. Even the question assumes God.
Not that narrow, to be honest. If you look at Hinduism, they believe there's a Brahmin. It's not a god. It's a consciousness, universal. I question that as well. That's also not fair. So I'm not really particularly pointing to a being.
A universal consciousness would still be a consciousness, right? An agent with an intention or a design, a thing that enacted and did a thing.
Yeah, but...
Do you think that there is a thing that enacted and did a thing, and that it is just not fair that it does things, or are you questioning the existence of anything like that at all?
Yeah. Sorry, it's not the Hinduism. I'm looking at the extreme Hinduism called Buddhist view, for example. It's a non-theist religion.
Right.
But they have a serious problem to me because, yeah.
What is your problem
so
with
I'm questioning the
non-theistic
same.
Hindu?
Because if the goal is to enlighten, get that status of never going to be born again, and it's again, to me, there's no reason to be in that situation to achieve enlightenment. Because why? Because why do we strive to meditate and enlighten and then have just no reason to be in this place in the first place?
What does enlightenment
Why do we just
mean?
exist without purpose?
What does enlightenment mean?
I think to them, enlightenment means elimination of suffering. I think that's their goal.
To you, what does it mean?
No.
Is it important to you?
Yeah, we struggle every day.
Is enlightenment important to you?
I don't know if it's enlightenment, but I would like to have no suffering, obviously, as humans. and we have a responsibility to rescue others from suffering as well, if possible. If
Do you think
animals
that
are suffering, I don't know.
do you think that it is possible to eliminate suffering entirely?
I think we have the potential because I can prove that. Look at the
I
wars
see.
around the world. We have the full potential to stop it. We don't do that.
But you're saying that we humans could potentially stop
Yeah,
suffering in some way. And you
correct.
don't mean,
Correct.
again, to
We all can
clarify,
get together and do
to,
it.
to
Yeah.
clarify so I can save us a bunch of nauseating circular questions. You're not saying that we could eliminate all suffering entirely, but you mean in mass, right? Not
Mitigate.
each individual
Exactly.
person. People will still stub their toes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I, whether or not we could eliminate suffering in mass by working together, I mean, it does seem like a lofty goal, and there are some questionable attributes to it. But the real question that I'm hearing in most of this is that you believe there is a creator of some kind. Why?
Not necessarily a reason, I would say. Not creator, really. There should be a reason for our existence. I would say put it that way.
Why?
Because our brain looks for reasons.
Why does there have to be a
We
reason?
are built for that.
Just because we are built to
Because
look for them, does that mean that there necessarily must be a reason? Could our seeking of
yes, we have
reasons
to.
not be an evolutional trait that we adapted, having nothing to do with the true nature of the cosmos?
Yes, I think if we have a special feature, we got to use it. Special feature we have over animals, sun, moon, and universe to me is reason. I should use that. Why not? It's fair for me to use it, don't I?
So
Why
when we
should
use
we stop
our...
that and shut it
Right.
down?
So then why are you shutting it down to avoid my question?
Yeah. So reason is what we are looking for. I'm not shutting it down. I'm opening it up. 100%. Opening up the reasoning question. What's the reason for our existence? Not the God. Whatever it is.
Why
I'm
do
welcoming
you
any explanation.
assume that there must be a reason?
Just because I have that feature of a human, I should be exclusively I can use it than animals. That's why I'm doing that.
Right. Because you have a feature of human, that means that there must be a reason.
That's what he said.
That
To have the reason.
How does that get you to that point? Because so far from what I'm hearing is that because you have the attribute of human, the only thing you can get to is that humans exist. So I'm trying to how do you bridge between humans exist and we have the attribute of human to therefore there must be a reason that we exist?
Yeah, I'll prove that. For example, animals would argue like this. Why should we have a reason? We can ask from an animal because they don't think, they don't reason. They don't care, but we care.
Wait, it's because we've had a long period of time where we cooked our meat to develop bigger brains. Is that a satisfying answer to you? The only reason why we have the ability to think the way we do is because at one point in time during our lineage, we figured out that, hey, whenever you put meat over fire, it tastes better than whenever you eat it raw. And that caused us to cause our brains to grow.
Right.
Butter helps.
And we got the feature of reason because of our evolution. Yeah. So if I'm correct, you're saying
if that is the reason for the reason why we have the ability to reason, then like what does that do for you?
Because I have that ability, I'm using it now. That's why. Why should I shut it down and it will then go away from us? According to the evolution, it will go away from us if we don't reason.
I have the ability to jump. Does that mean that I must inherently be able to fly?
No, but you will jump. If you don't jump, you'll be not having that jumping ability in
Well, but
100
if I'm
years
able
you
to
don't use
jump,
that
then I
feature.
must be. But then if I'm able to jump, then I must be intended to live in space, right?
I think every feature of us is developed for to use them. I think to use them. Don't everything we didn't use gone from us. Like tail is gone, and yeah, I think we should use it. Especially the reasoning is superior because that's the most special feature we got out of all of these struggles.
So I've got
the last
this
centuries.
ability to reason, and so you reason with your ability to reason that there must be a reason for this reason to be reasoning at all.
Yeah.
And that reason is somehow ultimate and it exists before us, without us. Why do you need it? Why do you need a God of Alex? Why do you assume that there is a God of reasons?
No, I didn't assume God at all, really, to be honest.
Right, you're
I'm
not calling
looking
it
for an
God,
explanation.
but it's a reason of all reasons, right? The reason for reasoning to
That's
reason.
what I'm looking for. It could be.
Why do you assume that there is a reason for reason to reason?
And that's quite circular to me. I'll end up there. Maybe I'll think about it and come back another day. But I'm not attributing to God, honestly. I'm looking for any explanation here that is convincing why we exist, a fair reason. I can't find it,
So, Alex, what if the reason we exist is simply to exist?
Oh, that's like I said. Animals would say that, but I wouldn't do that.
Animals
Plants would say that. I wouldn't do that. A rock would say that.
If the reason that we
I'm just
exist is
existing.
because she wills it, and she, by she, I mean, of course, the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda-CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages, expanding to this day. If we exist because she wills us to exist, then do you need more than that?
Oh, now we are reasoning really well.
Is that really
What was
reasoning?
our ultimate reason? I didn't get that.
How is that reason more
That was a
reason
good reason.
than... But how is that reason more reasoning than the reason that we just exist?
I think what you explained looks very convincing to me, but it was a bit complex for me to understand. Did it say it's a Big Bang theory or scientific theory of expansion? Is that what you said? Sorry, I'm not know into this stuff very much. Is that the reason you mentioned? Big Bang?
It wasn't just that, but that was a part of it. That was an explanation, of course, that humans would perceive from the vantage point inside of, or really beneath, her wing as we expand. Under her wing. Alex,
but still,
it was a
left
demonstration
with why
of
that occurred,
absurdism.
isn't it?
So it's a demonstration of an absurdist God, meant to point out that if you just plug in whatever answer that you want, how is that any different than what you're doing?
No, that's alternative explanation. I believe there could be thousands of other explanations. We are creative enough to find them. So I prefer to have a go and find
Why
another
would
one
you?
and come back. Because we are humans. We are capable of that. Very capable. Only us doing that. Animals don't do that. Plants don't do that. Rocks
So you
doing
think
that. But we do that.
because of our reasoning, that eventually we will find the reason, if there is a reason. But why assume that there must be a reason? could it be that there is no reason?
Yeah, I believe there are 3 layers in our world. We have the unknown layer, which we will never find. So through our reasoning, we will never get there. I fully accept that. I want the most plausible explanation, but the current explanations are honestly unconvincing to me. That's all I'm saying. They are very unfair explanations. I can't justify any of those explanations as convincing, given we are suffering. We are fighting, competing, and elite class is suppressing all of us for thousands of years. Unbelievable suffering. It's not acceptable, friends. That's why I'm trying to find that answer. Natural law doesn't give me that. Buddhism doesn't give me that. None of the Abrahamic religions doesn't give me that. So I'm looking for it, you see.
Okay, Alex.
Yeah.
Slow down. I am currently out of questions for you, Alex, and I think that's probably for the best. But I am gonna let if anybody else
I agree.
has a question for you. Give
No,
them more.
I'll keep silent and keep the discussion going, guys. I'm learning it. Thank you so much.
I do have a question for you, Alex. You keep bringing up fairness and the fact that you think you hold this position that because we have the ability to seek fairness, that there is no fairness in the world. That means that it's possible that there's a God who is keeping that fairness away. Am I summarizing that correctly, Alex?
Exactly. Some mechanism. I would call it a mechanism than God.
Okay.
Some mechanism is keeping us away from that. Yes, exactly.
So
I think
okay,
that's what I'm trying to say. Thanks for letting me understand
Alex,
what I'm saying. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. So with that in mind, like there is a star somewhere out there in the galaxy that is dying right now, that is about to be gone out of existence. Is that fair, unfair, or neither?
That is something untouchable, unseen. I was talking
It's actually
about
not
what the
unseen.
reality we experience.
That is part of the reality we're experiencing, as far as like stars die all the time. Like some of the stars that if you go outside at night and you look at them right now, some of those may already be dead.
Yeah.
But the light has just not, the cessation of the light has not reached you just yet, right? So, this happens all the time. Is that fair, unfair, or neither?
I would say if it has had living beings, I think it's unfair.
No, I'm saying that
because I'm a
it's
human.
a star.
I'm biased.
Yeah, Alex, but I'm saying it's a star. Can you live on the sun?
Then it's okay to destroy that if it's not living. Any
Okay,
life there.
so what I'm asking you is the death of a star, is that fair, unfair, or is it neither one of those?
It's fair if it's no life, I would say. Maybe I'm biased because I'm a human.
What makes
I'm a human, maybe.
what makes the death of a star fair? Fair is
no life.
passing a judgment of an action, right?
Yeah.
So, what are you judging in this aspect?
Because I'm biased to humans, of course.
No, what I'm asking you is that whenever it comes to the death of a star, and you're saying it's fair, and we know that fairness is a quality of, it's a judgment passing of something. So I'm asking you, what judgment are you passing on the death of a star?
I think that judgment is a centuries of human race. We define that as unfair. We all know that it's a common law.
Alex, we're talking about a star that's way far away from any human. I'm asking you, that star that is so far away from any human, that is dying, that it's going to be dead, like within the next few minutes. Is that dying fair, unfair, or is it neither fair nor unfair?
Oh.
Fair?
It's fair if there's no life on
Right.
that planet.
So what are you just judging that something being fair just if there's no life?
No, I'm not judging personally, but I'm using this word called fair, which is a moral virtue that we have developed for centuries among humans.
Well,
to harm others is not fair.
Well, you know that whenever
That's my definition of fair.
Yeah, but you know that you do realize that not everything it revolves around humans, right? That in a moral judgment, something can be moral, immoral, and amoral. Amoral means an action is neither moral or immoral. It's neither good nor bad. It's just a fact of existence, right?
Yeah.
So, for instance, a hurricane hitting an island that has no living organism on it, that is an amoral act because it is neither good nor bad. It's just a fact of life, right?
Right.
A tree growing that is neither a moral or immoral. It's an amoral act. So, the death of a star, that would be neither moral nor immoral because it's a fact of life, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I'm asking you is, with the death of a star, is it fair or unfair, or is it neither? Because remember, fairness...
That category.
Yeah, okay, so it's neither. It's neither fair nor unfair. So,
immoral,
with it being... And I could go down a whole list of a bunch of different things where I ask you fair, unfair, or neither. And a great majority of that is going to be probably neither, right? Because it'd be like the growing of a tree, grass, dying, things like that. It's not going to be neither fair nor unfair. So, why, if the vast majority of existence lives in this in-between of neither being fair nor unfair, what makes you think existence revolves around fairness?
That's why I say maybe I'm biased to humans, and because we evolved to have the consciousness, we suffer, unfortunately. If we didn't have the consciousness like plants, I prefer that. I will enjoy plant as being a plant than animal, like a human being particularly.
Because of your human bias that we suffer.
Yeah, I'm biased. I can't avoid that. All of us are biased. No matter how hard you try, we are biased to humans. That will never go away.
I wonder, Alex, if perhaps that might be a point for you to question. If your human bias leads you to assume that there should be fairness because you long for it in human interactions, then why should it not be there in natural ones? And I wonder if that assumption is grounded in reality or just a sense of sort of human entitlement.
I think I got you. I think in my view, it's again, we are claiming superiority that we can abandon our biasness and know something. That itself is a fallacy to me. It's like an animal thinking. It's just like this. It's not like an animal who don't have consciousness thinking for some reason. That animal, like a cow, thinks that cow sees blue color. cow might be feeling something like strange sounds. We don't know. He might be inferring that humans and the rest of the world is like this, and so, and this and that. So I think in that way, if you think like that, it's our own fallacy again. It's not
I can
enlightenment at all to
understand.
me.
I hear you saying that you think that assuming we can remove our biases in some way, a
Yes.
fallacy, and
Yeah.
it might.
Yes.
I'd like to finish. It might be, but I don't know that it is, and I would encourage you to question even that. Alex, I don't have more questions for you right now, though. So I appreciate
No,
you
thanks.
coming up
I
and
understand.
sharing, and I hope that you
Cheers.
keep asking questions. Take care.
Thank you guys for the knowledge. I really appreciate this. Take care. Cheers.
Absolutely.
Bye, everyone.
And W's for Alex. He is questioning, even as frustrating as it was trying to get through some of those questions. I think some of that was perhaps at least
on the right track.
Yeah, I think some of the miss in at least my sarcasm might have definitely been chalked up to the language barrier. So he was doing great at questioning, I think.
I did however, notice with you the human superiority from the comments, and that's kind of what I was going to ask about, but because we do, like, he was floating a lot on humans have purpose because we have all these things like well, I guess examples
That
would
do
be like
something.
like,
Yeah.
we have religion, we have marriage, we have culture, we have society, but the problem is he doesn't realize that a lot of animals are intelligent enough to have some of those things as well. Elephants have religion, they have art, they have culture. Octopuses have a very high intelligence. Do they
Some animals
are they
have-
are they are they missing on some kind of purpose of some kind because they have all this intelligence that maybe an ant might not have? Maybe it is some sort of human superiority. I don't know.
Elephants also hold grudges.
Oh,
There's some
yeah.
animals who are also monogamous.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite facts about elephants is that they hold grudges.
Have we gone full elephant?
What?
Oh no.
We
Elephants
started with an elephant. It wasn't
We did
started.
start with an
It was like
elephant.
after the drunks, we finally got to someone in the neighborhood. They believed in the elephant in the room.
Oh yeah, the elephant in the room guy. Yeah.
What? What do you mean they believed in the elephant in the room?
The elephant in the room.
Like the phrase?
No, like the elephant in the room, in a room full of blind people.
My brain is short circuiting.
Okay.
God is so
I'm
God
not
is
understanding this.
Don't give him an explanation. No, let it fizzle for a minute. Let it fizzle for a minute.
This is gonna make me irate all day.
It's okay, Henry. God is the elephant, so it's okay.
I don't even want to like tell him what it is until like tomorrow, if I'm honest.
If you tell me tomorrow, I'm still not gonna understand it.
Henry's smart. We give him enough clues. He'll figure it out.
Is the elephant blind too? Like, so many questions I have.
That is irrelevant to the elephant.
But if the elephant is blind and the people are blind, then how do we know the elephant is even in the room at that point?
That's a great question. Those are great questions, Hammy. See?
Maybe we can smell the elephants.
This is why I wanted to let his brain fizzle on it.
Why is the elephant in the room? How did he get in the room? Do they have like a huge elephant-sized door?
Big doors.
Like, is it French doors? Like, what are we working with here? Like, where is this room? Is it an interior room? Or is it one that is on a wall? So many questions. Oh no, they are bringing mammoths back.
Okay.
I didn't know he could get farther from the answer, but he managed it.
Don't. I have so many questions about this blind elephant and the people and whatnot.
Okay.
Do you normally struggle with metaphor? And I don't mean that like derisively or anything like that.
No,
I'm
I
genuinely
understand
curious.
I understand the term, the metaphor of the elephant in the room. It's usually about something that is obvious that people are refusing to speak about. And whenever someone's like, it's time to address the elephant in the room, it's time to address this thing that everybody is thinking about, but nobody has said anything about it, right? I understand that reference. But whenever you say somebody believes in the elephant in the room, I asked, as in the phrase, and y'all said no. So now and then you're bringing up blind people and shit. That I am confused at that point.
Okay, so your concept of the elephant in the room. If you were to introduce a group of blind people to that room and ask them to describe what the elephant looks like, what would happen?
They would describe an elephant. Like,
what would happen? They can't see, they're blind.
Blind people have books that are written in Braille that will describe to you what an elephant is.
How would they, walking into the room, know that there is even an elephant there?
Because I'm pretty sure because blind people are not, like, they're not mentally challenged. They know that it's a turn of phrase.
Oh my goodness, Hammy, no.
They're not going to walk in a room and someone says... They're not going to walk into a room and someone says, it's time to address the elephant in the room. And I don't think a blind person's going to be like, there's a fucking elephant here? What? Like, that's not going to happen. Like, what?
That's the atheist, though.
No, but they would all come up with their own different
I'm literally feeling like Will Ferrell in Zoolander. Am I taking crazy pills? Like, what's going on here?
I don't understand how this is
Dial it down a little. An actual elephant in an actual room. And how would a blind person know that there's an elephant in the room with them?
They could probably smell it and hear it.
Okay.
Oh no.
Assuming they didn't smell or hear it first, or recognize the smell or sound.
Or knew what an elephant was to begin with.
That's an even better point. If they have no idea what an elephant is.
So we're dealing with blind people who apparently didn't read a book in their entire life.
Yeah. We can take the ability to see, like, out of it, just blindfold a person who doesn't know these things, okay? Now you have a blindfolded person standing next to an elephant. Let's not even give them the ability to walk around, okay? Just standing there next to an elephant, assuming that they reached out and touched this elephant, right?
Right.
Okay. From their vantage point, they would reach out and touch an elephant, say this one's standing at his shoulder, and you have another one who's standing near its rump, right? And another one at the tail, and another one at the trunk, and another one who's just got an ear dangling in front of them, right? And all of them reach out and touch whatever part of the elephant that they can, right?
Right.
If none of them know what an elephant is, and all of them just touch these random parts, do you think that they would come together and describe an elephant?
I think that if They have the ability to communicate. They can describe. They would describe what it is that they personally felt, and I think that with the communication of each other, they could figure out like what areas of the body of the elephant that they're at, and whether or not they know that they're describing an elephant, they would still be describing an elephant.
Is that a realistic behavioral model?
Is that a what?
Is that a realistic behavioral model that you're using?
I would say so, because it's realistic to say that if you have a bunch of
a realism, like perspective.
realism.
I mean, I don't necessarily mean a realism perspective. I mean, I don't know
Is
how
that
to
how
articulate
people
it.
will behave?
Yeah.
What if they argued and said, "Oh no, this is an elephant. Oh no, this is an elephant," and one might say, "Oh no, this is an elephant." The pagan might say one thing, the Buddhist might say another, the Jewish person might say another thing, and they all have their own opinion because they all have their own separate experience with the elephant. So this is what they think the elephant is.
Well, at this point, I think it would depend on what the goal of the group is. If the goal of the group is to work together to figure out what it is that they are touching.
Assume it's not.
What they're touching.
Each one of them.
Each one of them. That's it.
And are they working together?
Nope.
Assume they are not.
Assuming that they're not?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, assuming that they're not working together, that means that they most likely would not communicate with each other about what it is, in which case, if it were me in there, I would just say that I had insufficient data. Like, if it's me blindfolded, not knowing what an elephant is, that if I'm saying that realistically speaking about humans in general, I think that they would come up with their own conclusion on what it is that they're touching.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Then the other person at the at the tail.
Right. That's why you're going. There's an elephant in here instead of
insufficient evidence for an elephant.
Your own conclusion.
Well, it's just me personally. Like I don't. If I'm given insufficient data to come to any kind of conclusion about it, I'm not going to assume that. I'm not going to come up with an understanding of what it is that the data that I have. I'm going to say that there needs to be more data.
Correct.
And that's
how you would perceive it.
And that's why you're not a pagan who's worshiping Thrayle with the elephant's ear.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I changed my mind. I'm now the Norse pagan here. It's a bunch of different It's a bunch of different creatures that I'm touching.
Very possibly.
I'm just kidding. I'm way too atheist for that.
The guest earlier was using the analogy, the parable to point out that they believed in something, that if everybody came together, it would be that thing. If all the religions came together, then their God would be that God.
Mm-hmm. Like in your model.
Say that one more time.
That if all religions worked together, that they would be worshiping that God.
They would realize
that's their elephant in the room.
And that's the elephant in the room.
So when they said they believed in the elephant in the room, it is kind of Baha'i-like, Godwin or Universalist, or omnistic.
I was thinking definitely like omnistic or even like
that's
pantheistic.
That's very, very naive to assume that A, all the religions would work together to do that, and B, it's very, very
in and of itself is a hypothetical. It's from a
Right.
hypothetical standpoint.
Right. But if we're to then translate that into the real world, where he says that if all of the religions were to work together, then, like I said, that's a very naive hypothetical, because I can't possibly see how all the religions would work together.
So working together isn't the best representation.
Probably not. Because I don't see someone like the Southern Baptist or working together with any other faith.
In terms, yes. The way that belief works now with a lot of different systems, this model does not stand.
Yeah.
How would any of the contradictory faiths be describing the same thing?
You never get the Southern Baptists on board because they're at the rump end section, elbow deep in what they think is chocolate syrup.
Look, all I know is that the Southern Baptist is at the ass, and they're over here saying that this ass hates all the other asses that are that the other religions are touching.
So what the fuck is gone full? This is as what the fuck as we get. I mean, like I can go one deeper. It's about here.
Yep. If you'd like to continue this conversation in private, you're more than welcome to find me on the Discord.
Thrayle, do you want alphabetically or do you want chronologically?
Yeah, it sounds like the list will be vast.
It's very vast.
Yeah, I think it's best we go probably chronologically.
Well, so my very first movie I ever watched was one of the Leprechaun movies.
And I obviously prefer like Avatar. You know, not with the anime, yeah, but with the Navi, with the blue people, there's just so much.
Oh my!
Well, that was a big breath of that was a big sigh of relief, friend.
Bats can come back too, of course, if you want. I mean, should it be the end?
It's a good bit.
It's a little early for the end.
It is a little early. Could be. Do we have any believers in the queue?
I don't think we have.
It was a good bit, though. I loved it.
We have a Noctis in the queue.
Dun dun dun.
Yes.
Feel about Dragonheart as an option, you know? The favorite. No, I'm joking. I love you guys.
I don't have a.
Looked like it got in depth for a minute there.
It did get in depth for a minute there. I think Hammy almost believes in elephant tails.
But not those
I think
elephant
I'm touching the shoulder of the elephant.
Interesting. You think you're touching the elephant?
I don't think there's an elephant there, though. Oh, but we have a new guest.
Hello.
Hello, blank. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah.
And which god do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Is that a requirement to believe in a god?
Not that I know of. I'm just asking if you...
No, I have not.
Why haven't you?
I've been taking my time.
I'm actually trying to digest and understand what I'm reading.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe the stories within the book to be true and literal?
Not all of them. I mean, that's the position of the church for, what, about 1,500 years? Then a lot of them are metaphor and allegory. Some are literal stories, but yeah, you got to read it in context.
So, do you believe the 6-day creation, for instance, is true or literal?
I think that's both.
What about Adam and Eve in the garden as the first two humans?
That's fine. So I can take that as literal. It's not an issue for me.
So both of those are literal stories to you?
Hello. Hang on a second.
Okay. I mean, if you are too busy to be here, that's...
No, I was saying hi to my girlfriend. I just got home.
Mm-hmm. So, you believe both of those stories to be literal?
No, that's not what I said. I could believe that there's truth in them, but they could be presented with metaphor. So okay, I don't believe it was literally 6 days, but I do believe there was a creation.
Okay, that is what I was asking. I thought you had said you did believe they were literal. So you're saying that they're not literal, but they're in some way metaphorical.
Maybe we're having a misunderstanding of definitions. I'm saying both, as in a true story can be presented to you with metaphor and it still be true, but not 100% accurate. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Are you saying that the 6-day creation story is not accurate?
It may not have been 6 literal days, but that doesn't take away from the truth of the story.
What is the truth of the story then?
That God made creation.
Just that God made creation. So does the order matter? Do the things created matter? Does
I mean, I'd say yes. The story is conveying to you what happened, but the level of meaningness that it's trying to convey isn't necessarily what we expect out of like scientific textbooks. It's a different writing style.
The level of meaningness is not the same as scientific textbooks.
No. So
the level of meaningness is, in this case, for 6 days of creation. It's not 6 days, right? That's not part of the level of meaningness.
It's not to impart that this was done in literally 6 days.
Okay.
It's more that God made creation. This is the process to which he did it. It is presented through poetry.
So the process is important then.
Sure.
The light, the firmament, the plants, the sun and moon, the animals, the man and woman, that order, the process, is that important?
I don't know that the order is necessarily important.
I see.
I'm saying that the writer of said story is trying to convey information to you. If the order is extremely important, then the order will be extremely specific.
Who is the writer of said story?
I don't know who wrote Genesis.
Does that not seem kind of important?
Not necessarily, no.
To determine what the meaning of their writing is.
It can be. I mean, if I didn't know that Anne Frank wrote Anne Frank's diary, it's not necessarily important that I know that to understand what's being imparted to me.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Isn't the context of Anne Frank's diary kind of important?
I don't need to know who Anne Frank is to understand the first-hand account of what was happening in Germany from that diary now.
You don't think there's any context missing?
There is going to be some, but is it going to take away from your understanding? Like, is it going to impede you understanding what happened in Germany by not knowing who Anne Frank is, but having the diary?
I actually don't know if all I have is just that diary. I don't know that that's enough to actually get the meaning. It's been a while since I've read it all the way through, so I'm just being honest.
I remember the diary quite vividly, and if that was the only concept that you had of Germany during that time frame, you would not get the full scope of the of what happened during then, because the very, very bulk of this entire diary is just her time in the attic.
Yes. Well, you can only be informed from the point of view of the author, but I'm saying that you don't necessarily need to know who the author is to understand what they're imparting to you.
Well, you would have to understand, like, if, are you just saying that, like, in order to understand the diary itself, you don't need to know who the author is?
No, in this case, you wouldn't. I'm making a distinction that it's not necessary. Like, you would have a better understanding if you know who the author is, of course, but it is not vital to your understanding that you know who the author is.
I see. So you're saying it's not vital. Well, I'm not here to quibble over
I'm not quibbling.
I'm not even done speaking. So I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also not here to quibble over the semantics of the vitality of this bit of evidence. I'm just curious if you knew who the author was and if it mattered to you to find the meaning. So before we go any further, I guess it is kind of important that I ask this question, Blink. Can you question your beliefs?
Oh, absolutely. I do it all the time.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, I take things apart and test for coherency and make sure that I'm, like, understanding what I'm taking in and applying it. Like, I don't like to, not really a person that likes to have, the words escaping me right now, but say double standards, blind spots. It's not something I enjoy doing.
Cognitive dissonance.
That's not necessarily what I meant, but I mean, I've trained myself to know when cognitive dissonance is kicking in and really analyzing what I'm thinking about when that happens.
Do you feel that you hold any cognitive dissonance in regards to your faith?
Well, of course. I mean, I don't have a complete understanding. Frankly, it'd be more alarming if I didn't have any cognitive dissonance.
Do you find a certain level of cognitive dissonance to be acceptable and left unaddressed?
Not necessarily unaddressed, but I'll set things aside until I get more knowledge or more experience in life to reanalyze it. Like, I'd prefer to have all the answers, but, you know, can't really have that with anything.
Can you give me an example of cognitive dissonance that you hold in regards to your faith in the Bible or Jesus?
It's a good one that I'm working through right now. I don't really have a big one right now, but I can give you an example of one that I did have. Why do people suffer if God is all good? I'm giving you an example of one I had.
Yeah, you're saying you've somehow worked through the problem of suffering.
Hmm?
You're saying that's something you've resolved?
I think so.
How have you resolved that?
Well, if you start in Genesis, we are here as a punishment for the original sin. And then you get, we're going to get into a big metaphysics thing. I'm warning you ahead of time.
We're here for a punishment for the original sin. What is sin?
I'm saying the original sin was disobeying God in the Garden of Eden.
What is sin?
Oh, that's a fun one. Sin generally would be an offense against God. So God being the absolute morality, anything outside of that would be sin.
Anything outside of God's morality would be sin.
Yes, assuming that God is the absolute morality.
How have you determined that God is an absolute morality?
Because God stated to be all that is good and is the maximal of creation. There is no other morality that can be tested against it and prevail necessarily.
If God is the creator of all things, including evil, then why would
God created evil?
It says so in the Bible.
It says that God created evil.
Isaiah 45:7, I believe.
I mean, if you want to say that God created the devil and the devil became evil.
No, God himself said that he created evil.
Give me the passage again. Go look at it.
What was it? Thrayle, Isaiah what?
I believe it's 45:7.
Isaiah.
Finding it. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. We can't hear you when you're off app, Blank. You're teacupped right now, so all we see is a teacup, and we can't hear you. So if you're off app, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
If you got like a battery warning or something.
I was pulling up the passage. I'm trying to read the chapter.
I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Isaiah 45:7.
This is Isaiah. I guess I'm wondering what he means by evil.
There are different meanings to what evil are.
I mean, yeah.
How did you get to that?
I mean, there's different. Well, because the Bible is a dense book of allegories and metaphors. Like I said, I don't know Isaiah well enough to tell you the writing style to be able to tell you if that's a literary device or if it's literal. Like, I don't know the passage.
Is there any way where this evil can be interpreted as something that is good, like the great evil of creating ice cream?
Well, I'm saying if evil would mean bad things that come to Israel, that would be a context where it's not saying that God made primal evil, but is saying I make bad things happen to you. That's there's a very big difference between the two. I don't know the chapter well enough to say.
Can I just remind you when you stated context isn't really important?
What?
We didn't quite hear you enough.
Let me see if I can get out. Sorry, carry on.
We just heard your background noise a lot louder than you, but maybe she can get to a quiet spot. So with Isaiah 45:7, I'm sorry, I got a little lost there in the weeds. If it says that he created evil, you're saying it depends on what that means by evil there and what the context is.
Yeah.
If the context is just him saying what he does, that he is everything, that he makes everything, that he forms the light, he creates the dark, that everything that is there because he did it.
No, I'd have to take that and reanalyze it. Like I said, I don't know the book.
So,
I feel like that's a fair position to hold.
Okay.
I don't know is fair. I'm not pushing against the I don't know. I actually prefer that answer. Go ahead, Hammy, if you've got
Well, we got hung up on there. I don't know where else we're going besides the what is sin.
Besides what
And
is
then,
sin.
yeah, and then we got that it was going against God. So whenever Jonah had sat there and said, whenever God told Jonah, whenever God told Jonah that he's to go to this place, and Jonah said no, that was sin.
Yeah. I mean, what was Jonah?
Do what?
I said, what was Jonah?
Jonah was a person?
He was a Jew. The Jews are in a covenant with God. So it's like having a contract with Cthulhu. Yeah, you're kind of bound to do what Cthulhu tells you.
Yeah, I just don't like. I'm very unfamiliar with this idea that sin is just the random going against God. I've heard missing the mark. I've heard, the fact that it's, breaking any of the commandments of God. But this general idea of just going against Him. I mean, the Jewish people today will even tell you that, you are supposed to go against God because it's literally in the name Israel, which is, he who wrestles with God. If you're wrestling with God, you are going against God.
That might be a bad explanation or understanding, maybe? You're supposed to wrestle with God. It's not supposed to be easy.
If you're wrestling with God, then are you not going against God? What wrestling match have you ever gone to where where you just lay down for your opponent for him to tap you out, or for you to lose the match?
Well, I'm saying that it's a metaphor in this sense. There's the literal story where he's wrestling God, demanding him, no, come talk to me, I want to know you, and that's why it's an admirable story. But the metaphor that we're using of you should wrestle with God is you should have questions. You should, if you're mad at God, just be mad at God, but don't run away from God. That's how I've always had that explained.
Jacob literally wrestled God.
Yeah,
Jacob
there's nothing
literally
wrong
wrestled
with
God.
that.
He physically wrestled God, and he went up against God.
He wrestled him to be closer to him. That's good.
What?
He wrestled him to be closer to him. That's not a sin. That's why he was renamed. That's why that's a memorable story in the Bible.
But he's still going against God in this instance.
When me and my brother play pool and my brother beats me in pool, I'm proud of my brother for having achieved being better at pool.
But are you not still going up against your brother in pool?
I am, but if my brother is going up against me to murder me, that's a completely different thing. I'm saying the context of why are you wrestling God?
The thing is that, okay, so now sin has to do about the intent.
No, I'm saying it's not sin. You're missing the disagreement.
So if I go out and murder someone, but my intent was to, for good, that's not a sin anymore?
It's disanalogous. You're missing my point. I'm saying that Jacob wrestling God was not sin.
He might be sinning. I think you're sinning. In that, I mean, you're missing the mark, Hammy.
I might be, but it doesn't make sense to me that this general sin is going against God, and then whenever it's oh, hey, here's an instance where you're going against it, and it's oh, well, that's not sin. It just doesn't.
In his mind, he's saying that to wrestle with God is in no way a sin. Jacob didn't sin, according to
you're missing an if in there.
because Jacob's intention wasn't to end God.
Or overthrow God or climb
Or
higher than God.
overthrow
It was to
God.
get closer to God.
Well,
What
it
if his
still is adding
intention...
extras.
So because his intention was to get closer to God, then what he did in going against God in the wrestling is not a sin.
So it goes back to sin has to do with intentions.
I still think the going straight for the extreme to unalive people.
Right. I mean, yeah, I will admit that's a bit of extreme, but
I don't even care if you go there. I'm just saying it was disanalogous to what I'm getting at.
well, but my thing is that you said that it's generally just going against God, and then in this case you said
that's a
that
reduction.
It's the intention.
What I said is that God being the absolute morality of creation, the maximal morality. Anything outside of that, if God is the essence of all that is good, anything outside of that is
You
bad.
assume God is the essence of all that is good. Why?
Well, I mean,
especially when the book says that he creates evil. Is he truly the essence of all that is good?
Can you create evil while still being good?
That's a
I
great
guess that's
question.
our question.
If that's
I would say yes if you have the authority to do so.
Why?
If you're maximally good to the point to where you are the standard of what is good, then by definition you could not create evil.
Well, you cannot create evil. How do I phrase this? God cannot create outside of himself, him being all that is good, or the maximal good, or the apex of good. But that doesn't mean he can't create evil to you. The same way...
Wait, he can't create evil to what?
To you, necessarily. Like, something can be evil to you. I'm trying to think how to explain what I'm saying. By the way, I appreciate this. I love getting deep in the weeds on this shit. Okay, so, like, God can send a thunderstorm onto your house. And that be an evil to you, but it not be evil. Are you understanding the like, what I'm trying to make the difference of?
Not quite.
So God is
Especially not in
objectively good,
context
but
of...
evil can be subjective from your perspective as a human being. But it
Why
not
would
be
God
objectively
say-
evil.
Why would God say he creates evil?
Because it can be a subjective
if
evil
he
unto
didn't-
you.
If he didn't mean it was an objective evil, like if God is saying, I create evil, is he not saying that he creates that which even he perceives as evil? Is it implied in there in any way that he's saying just, I create what you think is evil?
I'm saying it go either way. Like I said, I'm not super familiar with Isaiah, so I can't really get into a scriptural debate on this.
Well, and to be clear, one thing that I'm kind of noticing is that this conversation is more you trying to rebut the questions rather than actually consider them. Are you more interested in debating and proving your God rather than questioning and seeing if it can be falsified?
I feel like I'm answering.
Can your God, or your belief at least, be falsified in any way?
I mean, any belief can be... There's always a room for a belief to be wrong.
There's always room for a belief to be wrong.
Yeah, if we want to run Agrippa's trilemma, you can't know anything for an absolute certainty because you have to have some foundational axiom. So there's reasonable, justifiable beliefs, but if you want to talk about like true knowledge...
What is your foundational axiom?
Oh, this is going to get fun. From my foundational axiom for my belief in God.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that the universe having constraints and repeated patterns.
You're saying the universe is constrained to only repeating patterns? To patterns that must repeat?
Well, they do repeat. We are yet to demonstrate chaos.
Are you saying every pattern observed does repeat?
At scale, yes.
At scale. Could
What
that
does that mean?
Could that speak more to the nature of patterns rather than anything to do with gods? And by patterns, I mean our categorization, our assignment of them.
I'm not sure if I understand exactly what you're asking me. So the difference would be between it being from God or a misunderstanding from our perception?
That would gross simplification, but that would probably get you there.
Like I already said, there's room for me to be wrong. Like it could just be that we suck at identifying patterns and everything is actually chaos. That's an unknowable.
How are you defining chaos, and how are you defining pattern?
Well, a pattern just something that is going to repeat. So uranium always decomposes at the same rate, for example.
So you're saying the tendency for patterns to repeat themselves at scale verifies God, but patterns by definition repeat themselves at scale.
Okay, I see where we're at. I'm saying that the fact that the universe has any consistency at all leads me to believe that there is an intelligent creator.
Say that one more time.
The fact that the universe is constant or consistent at all leads me to the belief of an intelligent creator.
Constant or consistent at all. So we went from things are patterns that always repeat to now it's constant or consistent at all.
Maybe I need to clarify patterns.
Yeah, if
feel
you
like
could
there was
clarify
a shift.
exactly what you're meaning.
I don't feel like I made a shift, so...
Understandable.
I mean, patterns in the sense of, like I said, how uranium decomposes. Like we have a pattern of radiation and half-lives
Not
that
the
is
pattern,
constant.
but after. The sentence you said after, I want clarification on the constant. Like, what do you mean by constant?
That the universe doesn't just pop in and out at random.
Oh.
Like that, I'm speaking extremely broadly.
But how do you know that the universe doesn't pop in and out at random?
Well, it's based on recorded history and my limited perception. I believe that to be true. Once again, a Griffith trilemma. I can't know that 100%, but at
scale,
least
to
most.
your scale, you don't know that the universe doesn't pop in and out at random to another scale.
Well, yeah. I mean, I can only have beliefs based on what I can perceive.
Is that like when you say universe, do you mean the universe as a whole? Do you mean that there's nothing within the universe that pops in and out? Or
I mean the universe itself, that all existence doesn't just like suddenly end and come back.
Did not just explain it sort of like that.
It explains an intelligent creator creating the universe.
So
where it plops life on the earth.
I don't...
I'm sorry, I spoke over you, Noctis. Can you repeat that?
Have a good day.
I just said where it explains that life plops on the earth. Like, yes, it created it and plopped it on the earth. That is just appearing out of nowhere, so...
Well, it'd be God doing it, so that's an intelligent creator. I'm saying that the fact that the universe is constant leads me to the belief of an intelligent creator.
The fact that the
universe... but you also said life doesn't just appear out of nowhere, which doesn't make sense with the idea of an intelligent creator, because realistically, two people were created to make the human population?
I mean, why not?
make that make sense. Why not? Because like biologically speaking, it wouldn't make sense. The human population would not have survived.
Why?
Genetics, for example.
So you believe our genetics have consistently been the way we perceive them now the entire time?
No, adaptation and environmental factors. But this is what you're saying with two people.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Noctis. He just asked you about the consistency of genetics, yet he relies upon the consistency of the universe. How does that make any sense? That you would assume that there is some inconsistency suddenly when your God needs explanation.
Well, I'd assume from my perception, the universe has consistently. There's evidence that our genes have always been this way, and that they haven't degraded to the point where we're at, and that they couldn't have been better.
Before I go, because I don't want to go on a whole teaching thing, you should look at the fact that humans are losing their molars. Environmentally, we don't need them. And
I'm agreeing with you.
So, at which point our DNA does alter and change, and so does females' DNA change when they have a baby. You can look at all these things. Okay, so
he would agree, but he would also say
realistically,
that we were created in a way that would change.
would allow all that. Yeah, but it still fails on the fact that two people can't make a population. I do have to drop though.
Based on what we know
Stop, Blank. Stop, Blank. She's trying to leave.
Okay.
This isn't a debate space. You don't have to argue with every question or point. Noctis, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for having me up. Sorry it was quick. Love you all. Bye.
Okay.
But I do agree with her. I do agree with her that two people cannot create a population.
Based on genetics research, as far as I've been able to see.
The entire population.
Yeah, so as far as I've been able to see, based on current genetic research and me, a layman, just looking into it, completely fallible, take all with a grain of salt. But it, from my understanding, would take more than 500 couples, mating pairs is the way it's at for mammalian species like humanity to thrive and maintain a genetic diversity.
As we are now, I agree with you.
As we are now.
Yes.
So
I
you
don't
think
know
that
what
God
human
would've-
genetics were doing, let's say, 1,000,000 years ago. And nobody really does.
Do you not think the same consistencies that we see around us would have maintained?
We might be getting a little hemmed up on consistency. What I was saying is that the universe existing was a constant. The speed of light is a constant. I was pointing to a very broad, because you asked me about my axiom.
And
I'm explaining my axiom for an intelligent creator.
So then rates of change are not constant. Things that we observe that appear consistent are not consistent.
And what
Is
are you
it
referring
only?
to?
Well, in
Are you familiar with
genetics
King
at
Tut?
least.
Blank, are you familiar with King Tut?
Loosely, I know he was a pharaoh.
Yeah. He was. I think he was a lot closer to would have been the Adam and Eve time frame than he is to us.
I disagree.
I think he is. I could be wrong. Like I'm not gonna act like I know for a fact. I don't remember exactly when he was alive, but are you familiar with like how he died?
No.
Well, I mean, he was killed like by somebody, but when looking at his DNA, it was so degraded by inbreeding that had he not been killed, he was soon to die from the genetic diseases that were caused by inbreeding. And he was only one generation of inbreeding. His mother and father were both related, so siblings to be exact. And so that's just with one thing of inbreeding.
Inbreeding, most of the royal families are inbred. It takes a lot of time. It can have major impacts immediately, but generally you need 3 or 4 generations.
You're talking about distant, usually like cousins.
Sometimes,
cousins.
if you run up far enough, that was not the case.
There
They've been doing it for a long time.
Right, there are some that aren't, but
so whenever it came to King Tut's grandparents, they were not related, but his parents were.
I don't think
so. He is literally the one generation of inbreeding.
Well, I'm saying I don't believe that King Tut is even close to Adam and Eve. Like, this isn't a belief I hold.
what I'm proposing is that the genetics were so different back then that a brother and sister could have easily created viable offspring repeatedly over generations because of the way the genes God made were. They were designed for. They were inbreed proof genes. Am I strawmanning at all?
I'd say more that our genes could have been less corrupted, or the way that we functioned at that point in our evolution allowed for that.
What do you mean less corrupted?
The reason that inbreeding messes up is due to the process, but that's not. We could evolve out of that being a problem.
What?
So,
that's not a permanent state.
Wait, what? We can evolve out of that being a problem?
Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, yeah,
from King Tut's time
like we're talking past each other.
It's still.
Well, from King Tut to us now, yes, that's a very short amount of time in like the scale of history.
Yeah, if you're talking about the scale of history, but we're still talking about like thousands upon thousands of years, and it hasn't changed that a single generation of inbreeding can cause genetic diseases that are so degraded
we don't
know
that
you don't have that. Yes, we do. We have the data behind that.
We don't know what the first human being's genes look like. We don't. We know what King Tuts do, yes, and I'm saying, I already said that I don't believe they were close to Adam and Eve.
So you think that...
Yeah, he does.
Thrayle, does it to you? Does it seem like it's God magic?
Back to you. What?
To you, does it just seem like he's invoking God magic?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I wasn't.
And that's not. You're not. Like, we're not strawmanning it. He's saying God made humanity in such a way that it was divinely perfect and could withstand generations of inbreeding.
I'm not necessarily implying magic.
Well, that's what it is. It's God magic.
That's not what I'm saying.
Can you tell me?
Go ahead, Thrayle.
Do you know if that's even possible for genes to be so perfect they could withstand generations of inbreeding?
Yeah, I'm saying it is a possibility.
How did you determine that possibility?
Do you have evidence that that's not a possibility? That it can never be that way?
Listen, I'm not here to rebut or rebuke. I'm not trying to turn it into a debate.
I'm not
point. I'm trying to
I'm not
see
really
if
debating.
you've critically examined and thought about it. have you, or is this kind of an assumption?
I haven't really went super deep in the genetics. I do have a slightly more than layman's understanding of them.
Do you think it's possible that if you looked deeper into it, that it could, in any way, raise questions in your belief in Adam and Eve being a single man and a woman, progenitors of the species?
Yeah. Did you hear me?
I did. No, I was letting that kind of marinate for a moment before shifting or adding. I didn't want to push on the same point when you've admitted you could question it.
I have connectivity issues. I'm just making sure.
I'm not trying to slam dunk or anything. I'm just pausing to make sure that we can.
No, I'm fine. I was making sure I didn't mess up your live on accident.
No, all good. Go ahead, Hammy.
I'm really curious on if Adam and Eve were the first, and their first couple of children were sons. Like, they did have daughters, but that wasn't until much, much later. But the first couple of children were sons. And their sons had gotten their wives from the nations around them. Where did these nations come from?
There's a fun theory on that. There could be the idea that creating humans, creating the first man and woman has a separate meaning from necessarily the species of Homo sapiens. So there is a fun theory about that the creation of Adam and Eve wasn't the creation of necessarily Homo sapiens, but the creation of man in God's image. It could mean that there were already humanoids, there were already like the Homo genus, and then he plucked one of those out and modified them and then let them back loose after Eden fell. So it's a fun little thing to play with.
It makes absolutely no sense, but sure.
What doesn't make sense about that?
The fact that whenever whenever we read the actual text, whenever it comes to the creation of Adam, God creates him from the dust, right there in the garden. And he is the very first man. Oh, no?
He doesn't create him in the garden. He creates him before the garden.
Before the garden, my bad. He creates him before the garden, but he creates Adam as the very first man. It nowhere in the text does it ever say he created a bunch of people, but then grabbed one of those dust people and made him Adam.
I also said that I'm not a literalist. Like, I'm not an evangelical. I don't believe every word of every line to be a complete literal statement like a scientific or law textbook.
Why do you believe in this God at all?
I'd say one, due to spiritual experience, but axiomally it's the most consistent one I've been presented with. It's the highest morality I've been presented with. And if you want to get into Jesus being a real person, the eyewitness testimony around him doing the things that it said it did, the teachings being pretty good, like all those. That's all pretty good for me.
You meant axiomatically. Go ahead, Hammy.
This seems more like defensive of the God. Like, you already had the belief in this God, and then these are the ways to defend this belief in this God.
No, I didn't believe in God for a pretty good long time. It's actually more of a recent development in my life.
So you were just walking around, and all of a sudden, God said, "Hey, using the constant as a axiom shows that God exists," and you're like, "Hey, wow, cool."
I already had a belief already had a belief in the universe being constant and having patterns and be like, oh, that's weird. And then I had a spiritual experience and those molded together. I mean, you can find that absurd. That is absolutely, you're right. But that is my belief.
So what made you say God is the one that has this constant? Like, where did that belief come from?
I don't understand your question.
So you said that you already had this belief that the constants were within the universe.
Yes.
So then you had to go from that point to a God. This particular God is the reason behind these constants.
No, I'm not saying that I deduced that. I'm saying I had an experience that went, oh, God's real, and then that built upon that pre-existing belief. Like, I'm not saying I logically came to the conclusion of God. Yeah.
No, okay, so it's not a...
It's a belief, but I'm not saying that I have like a math equation for God.
Would you say most of the reason for your belief in a God at all is due to some spiritual experience, or is it more to do with your reasoning, your logic?
I would definitely say the experience played a very large part. After that experience, I then went and read more and learned more and got more invested in it because I, of course, believe it to be true.
Right. Could it be that your frameworks, your logic, the reasoning that you apply is it meant just to bolster the belief that you already hold, rather than to test and truly question it?
No, it's a testing question. That's why I'm on a panel like this. I do enjoy these things because talking to people like you gives me something to go like, oh, I didn't think of that. I probably need to understand that.
If one were to give you a model that fits everything better than the God hypothesis, how would that change your beliefs?
The problem being spiritual experience. Like, there's no amount of logic that you're going to be able to give me for me to get away from that. Which I know it sounds extremely irrational, but...
and this is going to sound like I'm making fun of you, and I'm not.
Just go for it. I understand.
But
I'm a logical person.
It seems more like feels over reals, right?
Well, that's kind of how we function as humans. To an extent, like, we do care about our agency and our feelings.
Is that what guides your reasoning?
No. I'm just admitting to being human.
Really quick, I've got to thank Paniac and Cat DeWitch for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. If you were to discover a good reason to believe that there was no God, no reason to believe that the Bible held any spiritual or metaphysical truths, would that change the way that you live your life, the way you treat people?
Probably not. I mean, I accept the ethics and principles of the Bible to be good and true. So them not being true doesn't necessarily mean that they wouldn't be good, or I wouldn't find them to be ethical anymore. Like, I'm not a hostage in the relationship.
Do you find any of the ethics or principles of the Bible to not be good?
No, assuming that God is the absolute morality. If you presented me a case where, like, we are just like, we found God dead on the throne, he's been dead, everything's made up, then
not
sure.
even, not dead on the throne, right? Never existed, made up by man.
Yeah, like, you prove that to me, then yes, some things become extremely horrific.
So it's only in the presupposition that God's morality is ultimate that you find reconciliation with the atrocities of the God presented, as apparent atrocities. Presupposition, yeah, your axiom.
It's where you presuppose something.
No,
right?
I understand. I'm in my head going, the presupposition would be, I believe, I'm following. I was doing my weird brain thing.
You're questioning with if it was a presupposition at all.
Well, the presupposition would be that I believe a God exists.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the presupposition. Believing
in the framework of that question, especially, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that everything that follows that's a presupposition.
I do think that you hold that presupposition that a God exists, almost unquestioning,
wholeheartedly. We all have unprovable presuppositions.
But is that unquestioning to you? Is it something that you cannot even?
No, I question it all the time. That's why it's faith.
That's why it's faith.
Yeah.
Blink, please tell me you're not the type of person, like, when you do go into a debate space, that you use the tag argument.
The what argument?
The tag argument.
I don't know what you're talking about, so probably not.
Fascinating that you.
Why is that fascinating? What's that supposed to mean?
Okay, so
you're either trolling really hard or
I swear to God, I'm not.
Really
I wouldn't be wasting this much time if I was.
Okay, so have you ever heard of an argument that's? Have you ever heard of an argument that sounds something close to, if intelligibility exists, then God exists. Intelligibility exists, therefore God exists.
You just did it, Hemi. You just blew his mind, and now he's.
No, I mean, I'm following. I'm not seeing where that's applying to me. I'm not trying to present.
You're not.
No, I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying, have you ever heard of an argument like that?
Circular reasoning, yeah.
You have heard of an argument like that?
I think. I mean, not in reference to what you're saying, but the concept.
Right. It's presuppositional, right?
Yeah, that's why I brought up
this is what's called. Yeah, this is what's called the tag argument. It's the transcendental argument for God. It's basically assuming the conclusion within the first premise, and then sitting there basically. It's basically like saying, "Trust me, bro." In the beginning, will lead you to trust me, bro. Kind of. It's saying, if God exists, or if intelligibility exists, then God exists. That's assuming the conclusion, because the conclusion is, therefore God exists. It assumes it in the very first premise, which is a very, very bad argumentation style, because you can literally do that with everything.
Yes.
So I'm glad that you, like, at least you don't use it.
Okay. Was this implying that I'm doing that?
No,
you thought I was trolling. I'm now kind of lost.
Because
you are applying precept, but you are also applying a presuppositional logic. But
well, I also stated that all beliefs boil down to unprovable presuppositions. That's Agrippa's trilemma.
Do you think?
Like, I can't prove. Like, I think, therefore I am. But there's a presupposition already in there that I exist. But I can't prove that I exist.
Do you know who originally said that?
Voltaire. Wait, was it Voltaire?
Huh?
No, I'm wrong. I've forgotten the name.
Rene Descartes.
Yeah, okay. That sounds very European.
Do you know how he got there?
I don't remember.
Yeah. So he is kind of like basically what a lot of people would call like the father of skepticism, right? Because he introduced this concept where what he did was he understood the fact that that he wanted to strip away all beliefs he had and only work with the things that he knew for a fact. And so he, piece by piece, started stripping away every single belief to the point where the only thing he knew for a fact was that he was doubting. He doubted all of his beliefs. So he then went, well, if I'm doubting, I'm thinking. Because that's the only way to doubt is to think about these things. And he says, so if I'm thinking, then clearly I exist. So he then got from I doubt to I think, therefore I am.
Are you familiar with Agrippa's trilemma?
With the what?
Agrippa's trilemma.
Agrippa?
Agrippa.
I'm familiar with the name Agrippa, but I don't think I'm familiar with the trilemma.
You go ahead and present it.
So what he did is he has run it down to the absolute point where you're either going to start going in circles or in infinite, or you're just dogma, which is what he's doing. I think, therefore I am. I don't need to prove that, I exist, reality is real. Just that is my foundation. It's a dogma. That's what I'm working on.
Every belief, basically.
All beliefs have to do that to a certain point.
Any attempt to justify any belief will result in one of the three. That's why it's a trilemma.
Yeah. That's why I was saying I wasn't doing the tag thing. I'm saying at some point you have to have a presumption to work on.
You're admitting the impossibility of certainty under your framework, but this is the closest you get to certainty is your belief in in this God.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm sure if we really sat down and thought about it, we could go maybe a little bit further, but we're going to hit that wall eventually. So I'm just saying it's here.
Right. Many people would just put the wall at solipsism at the I think, therefore I am, and nothing else. But you go one step further, which I appreciate the epistemic humility involved. But
I'm fully willing to believe that, like, I can't prove reality, but I have to accept it to some limit to function as a human being.
But why do you accept? Why do you accept a God as reality if that is not necessary to function as a human being?
I would say we're at different levels. So to even believe in a God, I would have to exist. So reality's actually a rung further down. Like, I don't necessarily need to believe in a God to exist. I existed when I didn't believe in a God.
So why then believe in a God? What is it? What is the purpose of that?
Of my belief, from my understandings and evidence that I have found and have presented to me, I find that to be the reasonable truth. Now, I also have a spiritual experience in there, which I've already admitted is an irrational absurdity that I can't logic out to you, but it is part of my belief nonetheless.
Part of your belief. But is it... in recognizing that there's this irrational absurdity, how then does the God explanation become rational?
Well, for the same reason that my belief that I exist is also kind of an absurdity. It's working in the same way of... Not at the same level, mind you, but in the same way.
But in so far as you can have evidence, you have evidence that you exist. Insofar as the experience can be trusted. This experience appears to occur.
Well, I'm saying I could be wrong. Like, I could have just had a mental breakdown and a one-off hysteria even. But assuming that I was of sound state of mind during the time, and I've been of sound state of mind during most of my life, and I've had some consistency with reality, I have to accept that experience as a thing that happened. Like I said, I already admitted that it's an irrational experience.
If you accept that the irrational experience was an experience that occurred for you, how is it that you're able to go from that, from accepting that an irrational experience occurred, right? Your brain processed something, regardless of if it was externally influenced or internally influenced. You experienced a thing. How is it you go from that to it was God?
Oh, that's why I said I already had pre-existing understandings of things. And then as I came to understand more about Christianity and God and just reading the Bible, it synced up. I don't know if I can really explain the intricacies of that in a meaningful way.
Can you name the category of experience that you had?
Probably supernatural?
Right. If there were a menu of supernatural experiences, from poltergeist to demon possession to shit falling off the fridge, what kind of experience did you have?
Feeling like the sky was staring at me in an inexplicable way.
Feeling like not seeing or witnessing, but feeling.
No mystifying stars in the sky. The sky didn't. Yeah, none of that.
A cloud didn't roll in and wink.
No.
But
no sky daddy appeared. No angels descended from the heavens.
Just an internal.
The part of your brain when you can feel like somebody's staring at you.
Mm-hmm.
It was that, but like 1,000 times worse than it normally would be.
Do you know where that feeling comes from?
I forget the name of the part of your brain that it comes from. I think it might be the amygdala. I can't pronounce it.
The amygdala.
Yeah, the amygdala.
Have you looked into the evolutionary reasons why that might occur?
Well, yeah, for predators. And then also the way our neurons mirror. It's kind of a big one. And then subconscious, well, there's multiple. Nobody really knows, but there's predators, the way our neurons mirror, and then our subconscious picking up on things that we can't really, we see them, but we don't really, internalize them.
Right.
Yeah. I'm saying that fire daddy level, to which I have never felt since, kind of terrifying. And given the context of it, like I said, it's kind of irrational. I can't really proof this out to you logically.
How did you make the connection between that and the Christian God?
Oh, because I was like, it was a last-ditch Hail Mary, like, hey, dude, if you're there, like, this would be the time. It's kind of personal. I don't want to get super far into it.
Yeah, I don't want to drag out details, and I've noted the sort of avoidance to dive into details. Most people are eager to share their testimony, so I appreciate you not.
It's
out the story.
I know you don't believe what I believe, and this is not going to be the thing that convinces you.
Right, and the thing that I'm interested in, especially in relation to it, is not putting you on display or dramatizing your experience, but also what it is to see if you can examine it critically and not even to force you to a conclusion, just to see if you're examining it critically. So it sounds to me like even in rationalizing that you know, there is an evolutionary advantage to feeling this when you're alone, when you're out, with an expectation of a greater thing, a predator, a being that can harm you or show you mercy, then you might feel this, and you rationalize and recognize that possibility, yet still attribute it to a god.
Well, I'm saying that it was a say a very intense version of that, and I'm familiar with that feeling. Like, I have had people try to kill me. I'm very comfortable with the feeling. It was very outside of normative experience.
Have you ever had that feeling and had no threat revealed, nothing ever?
Well, at that level, no. As it operates normally, of course, I'm human.
And you said it was a personal time, so I don't want to, again, drag out details.
It was a personal time. I know we don't got to get into that. I was of sound state of
it.
mind, and I know myself to have been of sound state of mind.
Oh, no, and I'm not trying to imply you weren't of sound state of mind, but you were of an emotional state as well. And that is what I'm curious about is, do you think there's any possibility that the emotions associated with why you were thinking of or reaching out to last-ditch effort, as you called it, do you think that there's any chance that the amount of emotion that you had invested could have caused you to feel that feeling more
of course,
amplified?
That's always a possibility. I'm a meat machine full of hormones. It is possible. I've been through a lot worse things. I've been in a lot worse places. Never had that happen. Like I said, the way I'm treating, like, okay, I didn't believe in God. I then call out to God, that thing happens. You have a rational A and B. I ended up with the one where I now believe that I'm in a mortal contest for my soul and I can't fuck this up. That was not the answer I wanted to be true.
Fascinating. I wonder if someone in a similar situation might call out for a god, feel that feeling of being watched by a great predator beyond what they'd ever felt, and then come to understand that feeling as a reaction to the emotional swell.
I'm sure that's happened.
Caused them to call out. I wonder if someone went through that and came to the opposite conclusion, would that be their failing or God's?
Would that be... From the Christian perspective, that would be their failing.
From the Christian perspective, from your Christian perspective.
Well, if you don't believe in God, then God doesn't exist. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So I'm asking from your, because the Christian perspective could be, your view of the mainline church, but from your Christian perspective.
Oh, okay. My personal belief, it would be more with the main line of, you called out, you were met with a thing, you then chose to rationalize or walk away from it. That is on you.
So rationalizing something is a choice, according to you?
I mean, well, I'm rationalizing, meaning where you explain something away.
Mm-hmm.
Like if your wife cheats on you, but you don't want to believe it, so you like rationalize a million ways why it didn't happen. Like, I mean it in that sense.
So that assumes that any experience where someone feels that swell of emotion after crying out to a god, and then finding a reason within themselves, within that moment even, of feeling it, that would be them dismissing it, rationalizing it away, like
Yes.
ignoring their wife cheating, not them coming to recognize their own body and the way it reacts to things.
I mean, yeah, like I said, that's definitely a possibility. Like I said, with the previous one, I accepted that I could have been irrational and wrong. So therefore, yes, another person could.
No, I understand, and I understand you applying a harsher, but still this being more your view, the more honest view. That demonstrates you can see it from both sides. I'm curious, do you think that rationalizing that this was God has provided you with some greater benefit that you would have not received otherwise?
Yeah, that's just more like I did have to change a lot as a person. Like to be in line with a thing I believed to be true. Like I had to make some personality changes.
Do you think you could not have motivated yourself to make those changes otherwise?
I mean, of course, something could have happened that could have sparked that, but I don't foresee myself having changed just with the inertia of who I was. Like I would have no real reason to. So sure, there could be a reason, but like from my gut feeling, probably not.
Do you feel that there is some, to think of how to word this question, is there anything preventing you from interpreting such an emotional swell in any way that you would like and rationalizing that?
What do you mean by in any way I like?
You've had a moment where you called out to God, who you say you didn't believe in at the time, which I think is kind of contradictory to calling out to him.
Not if you've heard of this thing that can magically fix things. That's not a rational thing to do.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it implies that there might be an underlying belief there already, if you're crying out to it.
Not necessarily. Like I said, I'm a human that can have
necessarily. I said might. So yeah, I don't know necessarily. But I would question that. But what I'm more curious about is sort of a different angle, which is what wouldn't you do under the assumption that this communication is from God and not from your own mind?
What do you mean by what wouldn't I do? Like personal behaviors or life choices?
You say that the ultimate morality comes from God and that it is unquestionable. So the things in the Bible that, absent a God, might seem atrocious are not atrocious because they are approved of by the morals of God. could you not be led to following the morals displayed by the God of the Bible, by these feelings?
By these...
By assuming your emotional swells and evolutionary responses are communications from God.
Are you asking like me personally, or like can I conceive of this being a thing?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you can conceive of this being a thing.
I'm just
so
trying to make sure I
been,
understand your question.
Yeah, you so far have been intellectually honest. I assume you can conceive of it being a thing. Do you not recognize the possibility within your own mind? Is there a possibility within your own mind?
That I'm really not understanding the question. Are you saying like I could have misinterpreted the feeling?
No, that such a feeling could still lead you as a believer with a presupposition.
Away from God, if I were to have another experience similar.
No, to commit atrocities in his name, to follow through.
Oh, like
with
if God
the
opened up the
values
sky
displayed.
and said, "You, my follower, go do this."
Sure. If you were, for instance, asking for a sign from God and opened your Bible to a passage that demanded the slaughter of, the Amalekites, and so you.
Okay,
could you not see some interpretation where you would?
I feel so fucking stupid. I'm so sorry I didn't get that.
I've been trying not to say how fundamentalist and crazy can you get. But,
if I do have a barrier because once again I am a meat sack full of hormones. It would take God having to open up the sky and literally appear to me and another person and go do this. And that's not so much disobedience with God, it's making sure that I am not hallucinating atrocity. Try to be a sound human being. But to answer the question, if God did open up the sky and God is real and God did tell me to go do that, yeah, sure. That's a pretty big non-issue.
Wait, you would actually... Okay, so like, same scenario, if God like opened up the sky and appeared in front of you.
And another person. That's a big deal here.
Oh, okay, sure, and another person. Got it. And you were commanded by God to like plunge a dagger into an infant. Would you do it?
Yes. Do I believe God would tell me to do that? Probably not, but for sake of argument,
already
yes.
has. He already
I'm saying
has.
yes. I know that's uncomfortable and it sounds atrocious. That's fine.
Hang on. When you say he would never do that, you're telling me that he didn't...
I said I don't think he would.
Okay.
I didn't say never.
Okay, because he has in the past. So when you're saying you don't think that he would...
Not to, but...
huh?
The story you're talking about, you told him, stab your firstborn son, and then he went, wait, psych, no, don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a shitty thing to do, but like, I mean, it's one of those things, like, yeah, he didn't let Abraham follow through, but do you think that Abraham would have stopped?
No.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's why he had to send an angel to tell him to stop. He was going to do it.
Right, okay, so like, that's a problem. That's like not a good thing. And he has commanded... So you're... Okay, so...
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's like, where's the symmetry breaker between that and like someone taking orders from Hitler?
I believe God to be an apex authority. I'm saying me and you obviously have different worldviews. I understand if you find mine atrocious.
Does that mean that... Well, I mean, it's not that I find it atrocious. It's that I think it opens the door, so to speak, for you. You don't have any... You basically have told me and admitted to me, the panel, and 88 other people that you don't have any conniption with committing an atrocity. So
if commanded by God, and God being real, and another person witnessing that command.
Do you believe God is real?
I'm saying in this sense, everyone would believe God is real. I'm saying that for the premise of your question, God appears in the sky to me and another person. So it's not an abstraction of my brain. It's been witnessed by someone outside my brain.
Do you believe, though, that God is real?
Yes.
The God of the Bible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I guess, I don't know, man. That's pretty fucked up. Like,
I already told you you're welcome to feel that way.
it's not a matter of feeling that way. Like, I mean, do you think things like the Schmolocaust were bad?
Yes.
Why?
What justification or authority was there for it?
Martin Luther King's, I believe, or not Martin. Oh my God, sorry. Martin
Where the fuck are
Luther's.
you going?
Sorry.
Martin Luther, Rat. Good morning.
Sorry. Good morning. Thank you. I'm working on it, Thrayle. You don't get to laugh, Blank. You're okay with geocide. So it was Martin Luther's treatise, 10,000 words.
We've had a pleasant conversation until now.
Well,
I think it's still going okay. He's just holding logically consistent.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I'm being logically consistent within my beliefs. You're asking me about my beliefs.
So, I think the justification
It is
for
atrocious, though.
That's fine for you to believe.
No, it is objectively atrocious.
If I didn't believe in God,
because if
I would
someone
agree with you.
someone like you were to carry out
that's why I said it the way I did.
If someone like you, Blank, would carry out these commands, you would be tried like at the Hague essentially, and the justification that Hitler used was no different really from the one that you would employ. Hitler believed that he was essentially, yes.
No.
So Martin Luther, hang on. Are you? I'm sorry. Have you studied how familiar are you with World War II? Or not?
World
or
War
Nazi
II?
Germany?
Yes, Hitler specifically, pretty familiar.
Okay, cool.
Hitler
so
didn't
am I.
believe in the Christian God.
Yes, he did.
Hitler didn't. No, he didn't.
He is quoted in the book Mein Kampf. He is quoted in Mein Kampf as saying our movement is a Christian one. The brown shirts, the brown shirts. I'm sorry. Is this funny?
Mein Kampf is a propaganda book that was written while he was in prison to gain support in a mostly Christian country.
Right.
If you go read his actual diaries and his internal documents and like what they actually believed, they did not believe in Christianity.
They very much did.
Then we're going to agree to disagree.
Really? No, it's not a matter of it. Hang on. Can I finish? Is it cool with you if I finish?
I don't want to
Is
debate
that okay?
this. I don't want to debate this.
Blank, is it okay?
This has turned into a
I'm sorry,
debate.
Thrayle. I'm not trying to turn into a debate. I'm trying to stick with facts here.
I'm disagreeing. I'm saying I have a different set of facts that you have not read that would lead you to the other conclusion. And we're not here to.
It says on their belt buckles. It says on their belt buckles, "God with us" in German. Gott mit uns.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that claim to be Christian that aren't Christian.
Ah, so now they're not Christian enough.
Do you believe that someone can pander to someone without holding the beliefs that they're pandering to?
I certainly can. However, I would be more inclined to believe what you're saying is true, Blank, if die Deutsche Evangelische Kirche was not somehow, what's the word? What's what I'm looking for? Was not instrumental in gaining a massive amount of support from German Christians.
Did Nazi Germany censor the Bible?
What's your evidence of this?
I'm not here to have a debate on this.
You made a claim. Shouldn't you bring evidence to support the claim?
I'm saying that there is evidence of this that you have not read. I'm not here to debate this. I'm not going to go get all the sources for this out. It's not what I'm here to do.
I mean, I suppose.
Interesting.
Okay.
It is interesting to say there's evidence you haven't read, but I'm not going to provide any source.
Yeah,
because I'm not here for a debate. That is the reason.
Well, it's not a debate tactic. It's just
we are debating now.
You don't necessarily have to educate, but providing a source so we can do our own research into the information you have would be kind.
This is something that I've read in passing that I don't have, I don't have a works cited page. This is just something that I have read.
Do you leave possibility that
read?
You have, could you have either misread or even been misled?
I mean, we've already been through this with just, intellectual honesty, sure. But I'm saying, to my understanding, what you were saying is not true.
And I'm also saying I don't want to have a debate about this. I don't care to have a debate about this.
I can understand, and I'm trying desperately to keep us from turning it into a debate. But I do think that as you've cited Agrippa's trilemma so many times, you should at least hold it here as well, that the possibility that you could be holding to something either dogmatically, circuitously, or
are you saying in reference to the World War II thing?
Really any of this, but of course,
yeah, I do believe that
this matter too. It's almost like a mantra. Like if you applied it more as you reach conclusions, and then use that to question which route, at least, your conclusions are dependent upon, then that could cause you some way to find stability in it. Right?
I do often do that. That's why I'm familiar with the term.
I wonder if it should be applied more. Pardon the use of the word liberally.
What are we getting at?
That's it. That was it. That was all I meant.
Well, I mean, I think that's true for anybody. I think we should all do that.
Is it possible that a belief that allows you to be, I guess, comfortable with committing crimes against humanity, is it like, do you feel safe questioning that belief?
Do I feel? Yes.
Okay.
I know you jumped in at the end here, but we've already covered a lot of this.
Well, yeah, you're right. I am jumping in on the end here. I'm sorry. It's not every day that I meet someone who's like totally cool with genocide. My bad.
That's not what I said. You don't have to be dishonest about this.
I'm not. I'm quoting
You're
you to
making
you.
this a weird moral shame thing. That's not been the tone of this entire panel for the entire time I've been on here. I'd prefer if you didn't do that.
I would prefer that you...
You're going to do it again, aren't you?
Would you
You're ready to do it,
challenge?
aren't you?
Would you challenge your God if your God commanded you to commit genocide?
No, I'm being logically consistent here.
Why would you not challenge them?
I might ask questions. I might go, "Are you sure? Why are we doing this? Fill me in."
His answer, and if his answer is just because I said so,
then yeah, I've been very logically consistent about this.
Okay.
Why?
Fucking gross.
That's fine.
Why does it? I mean, would that even be your God?
Well, you're handing me what's considered a cop out, if I were to say. But
I am handing you a cop out.
I would say that my God wouldn't do that. You would then say, "But what if he did?" Not
right,
you, Thrayle. Not you. I'm talking about Radigan.
But you've already played through the hypothetical to the logical extreme. So I'm curious. Now handed a cop out. Do you take it? Is there a cop out that you would look for to save you from having to do this?
No.
Or is it?
Oh, are you talking about a cop out from God?
Would you search for anything? Would you try to find some way to justify that this isn't your God? Maybe this isn't.
Oh yeah, no, we're commanded to do that in the Bible, discerning them by their fruits. You're not like, if there were to be a guy that shows up and says, "I am a prophet from God," you are immediately supposed to be asking about 1,000 fucking questions. If an angel appears to you, you are supposed to interrogate the angel. What I said in my example is that the sky would have to open up, God would have to appear to me and another person. Yeah. So that was very important. There's a reason I said that.
Right. So why are you instantly trusting that this other person's perspective would validate yours?
It's not that it would completely validate it. It's to ensure that I'm not having a delusion within my own mind. So I'm saying another mind outside of me is observing the thing that I'm observing. And we are both 100% sure that we're both seeing the same thing.
What if you both see the same thing, but only you hear the command?
then I wouldn't go through with it.
Why?
Because I'm not going to act out something that could be a delusion in my head. I'm saying that it would have to be made 100% apparent to me. And if that means I'm disobeying God, it would basically be disobeying by obeying, where we're told to discern spirits. We're not told to trust prophets and angels that appear before us. That's in the same realm. It's then at that point he has to like really go like, yeah, hey, I'm God.
So it's basically just boils down to like might makes right, essentially. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, yeah, that's...
He has a belief that God is the absolute authority of morality, so anything God says is moral is moral. Otherwise, as previously stated, if he did not believe in God, he would find much of the God's actions in the Bible objectionable.
It's interesting. Sorry.
Well, if a God doesn't exist, then that's just people doing it for their own reasons and dressing it up as God.
So in this scenario where this being appears before you and one other and says, I am God, go and unalive a whole group of people, how have you determined that that's not actually like Satan?
Well, I already spelled that out, that God would have to make it very apparent that it is in fact him, as we're told to make sure of that.
Yeah, by saying that he's God, he's saying it's me. So how do you know it's not just Satan doing that?
I don't. That's why God would have to do, he would have to make it apparent. I'm setting a condition. I don't necessarily know that I have the answer for what you're asking, but I'm saying that that is my condition for that belief.
So, in the first hypothetical here, I can understand too, but in the first hypothetical, it was this being appears before you and one other person and says, go and, do this thing. And you're like, righto, right on it. So it's the same scenario where this being comes down, says it, where before you were saying, righto, I'm on it.
No, you're missing a point. I said that if me and the other person are sure of, like, this is God.
Yeah, you and that other person are still sure that this is God. But how do you know you're not wrong and that that's actually Satan?
I'm saying within the hypothetical, me and this person know for a fact that this is God. It has been demonstrated to us that this is God.
And you don't think that Satan can demonstrate it to be that he might be God?
To the same level? No, that's not coherent within the Christian belief.
So what is it that God could do that Satan could not do?
Be God.
Do what?
If Satan was completely equivalent to God, then God would not be God.
So what I'm saying is, what demonstration could this being do that would say that this is God?
I don't really have like a played out like you'd have to do this thing. It would be whatever God does that only God could do.
So if you're unsure on what it is,
this is an equivalent of an I don't know, Hemi.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is
that
that
it's an unknowable. I can't answer an unknowable for what would an agent outside of me do to show me that they are we're getting messy here.
Well,
what you're saying is
now we are.
I mean, it's to be fair, it has been a little messy since we asked about it.
Crimes against humanity. Right?
Since I said, "What wouldn't you do?" Really.
I feel like I'm still being internally coherent here.
It's not a matter of being coherent.
No, internally coherent is in some ways messy in this case.
Yeah, like
because it implies that you are. I mean,
does not absolve harm.
okay, what was the? I really don't want to go back to that example because it gets even messier.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
where do you feel that
essentially
I'm messy or inconsistent?
Okay, it's not about inconsistent. Like I said, it's about messy. It's about
the fact that you'd be like
the defense that was used in the trials, as referenced earlier, was often
I was just following orders.
Is that not essentially what you're saying you would do in the face of a god, is just follow orders? And what separates that mentality towards a devotion like this from something like that?
The belief
My
of
vagueness wasn't
God
too
commanding it. There's a vast difference between God and
so it's interesting because he keeps on running to this like God is not right, like that was human. But here's the thing though, there's generals who have to carry out orders under Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un is believed in North Korea to be sort of a demigod almost. He's not quite fully man. He is fully man, but like most of the North Korean population have a belief that there is like a supernatural element at play. So does that, I guess we can probably excuse the top-ranking officials in North Korea because to them, they don't necessarily have, maybe they have a conception of the Christian or the Jewish God, but culturally speaking, not really. And I guess according to Blank here,
you're doing a thing.
No, where's the symmetry breaker?
The symmetry breaker is I believe in that God is the absolute apex morality.
Right. They believe
Correct.
Kim Jong-un is the ultimate apex moral authority.
And I would say they're wrong, and you're saying
Well,
I'm wrong.
says
but
you.
That doesn't affect. You can be wrong.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, Blank, okay? Because I don't have any evidence to convict your God guilty of non-existence, or guilty of existence, either which way. You have to demonstrate that. Right now, you've just been saying that there's this deity that you believe in, that if commanded to do so, you would have no problem marching people into mass graves.
We're not having a debate about...
I'm sorry that my characterization of actions you admitted to makes you uncomfortable and comes off like I'm making a debate.
If I was uncomfortable, I wouldn't have admitted to it so quickly.
I'm trying to tell you that folks over in North Korea have a very similar conception of divine authority with respect to their leader as you do to yours.
If you're saying it's dangerous, I would agree with you.
Yes, I would agree. I'm glad we agree now. Wow, that's incredible. I'm glad that we can agree that people taking orders from perceived supernatural entities and using that as justification for ethnic cleansing is bad. Wow.
Right. Dial it back, though. He's being calm and cordial and respectful. I don't.
We have different moral.
Similar.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to see if there's any path still here.
I don't.
I mean, we did okay.
I feel like we're slipping past interrogating whether I can question my beliefs or believe that I'm wrong, and getting into you wanting to make me see that I'm wrong.
I would try. I mean, I think that's one of the things. Like, there's a saying, like, if I can.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
I'm saying it's a feel. I'm not asserting that that's what's happening. I'm saying I'm getting that feeling.
Yeah, you're getting that from me.
Well, of course, yeah, it's blatant from you.
Yeah, no shit, man.
And you're welcome to that. Like I said, you are absolutely welcome to everything you're saying.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to feel that I should be upset when someone would, essentially references a divine agent.
Hey,
as justification for crimes against humanity. It's not like that's ever happened to like my family, and I doubt that it's happened to yours.
I'm not permitting you to disagree with me. I'm saying that I understand what you mean.
Rad.
Antagonistic.
Disengage.
Okay, I'm actually gonna
Stop.
have to mute you for the moment because, like, you're being antagonistic. It's not.
I walked into a place where I know people don't believe what I believe to discuss my beliefs and have them questioned. There's no need to do what you're doing.
The moral browbeating isn't helping anybody. I don't agree with his moral stance or the idea that God ultimately decides what is and isn't right either. But I've opted to question it without trying to repeatedly shame and interrupt with shame. Because it doesn't accomplish anything. I wonder if you're being as consistent in your logic as you think you are.
I might not be. So I
wonder if it matters to you more to be human or to be logically consistent.
Oh, I'm making.
And in being human, would being human not include respecting respecting isn't the right word.
I was about to say.
Acknowledging the
Implication.
No. See, nearly everything's about to bring up something to rebut.
I know.
I'm trying to carefully word it without making an assertion. Is there some way that being human should imply putting what's alive before what you can't verify exists? And I suppose, of course, in that hypothetical, you would say that we verified God existed.
Oh no, that's not, I was going to engage with that.
At least to your satisfaction.
I think that's a moral. It's based more on a moral system. I think, from my belief, we do that kind of all the time. Absent God, I'm saying, even political decisions, you don't know what's on the other side of the choice that you're making and like what the harm might be, but you're assuming that whatever harm you cause will be worth said goal.
You're just saying the ends justify the means.
Well, everyone believes that their ends justify their means. All rational actors believe that.
Oof. Okay, that's
you do. You do things that have consequences.
I wonder.
You believe it's worth it.
Right there.
No, that's just basic. You could die in a car accident, but you believe that going where you're going is worth that risk. The ends justify the means.
That is a bit of an unfair comparison, if I'm.
No, I'm running it all the way down to the base level because we start at the extreme. I mean, the extreme being genocide, but we do this often. Like that's a basic human function.
Genocide is a basic human function?
No.
If you want to read history, we do a lot of it.
Just because it occurs does not mean that it is okay.
It has been okay longer than it's not been.
Mm-hmm.
And actors like you or people that hold your position.
Attack me. We're talking about ideas.
Your position that, fine. Your position that, well, yeah, ends justify the means and God wills it has been behind a number of these.
I didn't assert that the ends justify the means. I said that all humans do that because all people do believe their ends justify their means.
Regardless of their belief system.
Yeah, like you do that as a function of being human. Like you do things with the idea that you're doing them for the right reasons and that justifies certain things. Wherever